not be advisable to run. And we'll really have to play that by ear and make that call in a couple months. But, the being socially responsible and ensuring the health and safety of our attendees and volunteers and our community in general is our first concern. So that when we make that decision, that's going to be the first and most important factor. So given a situation where we do actually have to reschedule the festival, we're fortunately not, we're fortunately in a position where we will not actually experience a higher cumulative overhead with a 2-year gap than we would have with the one and having run this year. So, and another point of note is that I know there was a little concern around this, that we do have built into every single one of our artist contracts force majeure clause, which actually conveniently even has a specific clause specifying if there is a world pandemic. So any artist deposits that we have spent, any money that goes out is either refunded to us or gets just transferred to our 2021 festival if we negotiate with the artist that they'll just come back, come and perform their planned spot the following year. And I mean, this year I had another really stellar lineup planned. So my plan really, for the most part, was to, should we not be able to run this year, was to take the festival close to as is and just, as much as possible, kind of plop it into the next summer, maybe in some ways even stronger for it. So either way, whether we run in 2020 or 2021, I'm really happy to say that none of the money that we spent will be lost. It will all go towards the festival that actually runs. Regardless of the outcome, we really have worked hard on a bunch of strategies to reduce or eliminate our monthly expenses. Again, just to avoid having any more overhead, so that the sum total of the money that we spend over the 2 years would equal the 1 year. So I hope this kind of helps alleviate some of the concerns that I know that the city had about funding going backwards or getting lost in any way. And I just want you all to know that you have my absolute solemn word that this money would not be used for debt servicing, and it would all go towards the festival as promised in our application, primarily towards artist deposits. Having said that, it's really important that you understand how vital the timing is around this. I noted a little bit of discussion about the money maybe being withheld for a period of time, but this would in fact actually be really bad for us. Usually around this time we have a lot of fundraising in play. We're doing a variety of fundraisers, we're selling a whole bunch of tickets, and this gives us the needed cash flow that we need to kind of navigate. But the COVID-19 situation has caused an indefinite postponement of all of our fundraising events and has also put a temporary complete halt on our ticket sales. And honestly, it'd be really tone deaf of us to be kind of promoting tickets right now. We have to be sensitive to the current situation. So whether our event runs in 2020 or in 2021, the city funds would be very important to us right now, and as soon as we're possible able to get them to help alleviate this gap and allow us to meet the artist commitment needs, or the artist deposit commitments that we've made. It's also worth noting that we always do a portion of our booking as early as 18 months ahead. We're always kind of working quite a bit ahead. So again, we would, in fact, we're already in discussion with artists about 2021. So again, either way, we're sort of in a funny position right now with a full stop in our cash flow. This complete stop is somewhat crippling to running, whether we're going 2020 or 2021. So it would be of huge value to us to be able to receive the funds, any funds that were awarded at the earliest possible date, rather than having them withheld, as was discussed. The other thing was, if possible, kind of knowing all of this, if it helps kind of with the assurance about the artist's deposits not being lost. If possible, to save any kind of reopening of the discussion unnecessarily, it would be ideal, given the situation, if we were able to reframe our requested funds as to be for the production of our 5th festival, whether that festival happens in 2020 or whether it happens in 2021. We're guaranteeing it's going to happen, and that's where we want to put these funds towards, but kind of to be less disruptive and having to come back. That would definitely, to our view, be the easiest and most efficient way of doing things if possible. Again, you have my absolute word that these funds will be used exclusively for the production of our next festival, regardless of which year that happens in, and that none will go backwards or into debt servicing. We actually have a different thing figured out that we're doing for that. So anyway, that was mainly what I wanted to say. So thank you again so much, and for your support and for helping us build this great legacy. And yeah, I'd just be happy to answer any questions that any of you might have.
Great. Thanks, Ms. Card. So Council, any questions? I'll try to keep track of any hands. I saw Councillor O'Toole and then Councillor Plott. Councillor O'Toole? Councillor O'Toole, I'm not getting any audio, and I just want to, I'll look to the City Clerk to see if she's...
Yeah, no, I'm good here.
There you go. Okay.
So, Sarah, thank you for coming in coming and talking to council members. Just a couple of questions. Have you given any thought of postponing the concert for this year? I just know that the NHL, the CFL, the NFL, the basketball, all of these major sporting events have said, hey, this is a little bit beyond what we can handle this year. We're better off to look after the regular world and not have all these fans and guests in our buildings. What's your thoughts on that?
Well,
go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely. We'd be foolish not to have given that a lot of thought. And honestly, you know, there is a decent likelihood that happens. We need to operate kind of business as usual for a while. But you know, we're in close communications. I'm in constant communication with a lot of other festivals. We're taking our cues primarily off of what the Edmonton Folk Fest does and what the provincial recommendations are. So all the other major festivals are in the same boat as us. You know, Edmonton Folk Fest, they're a week apart from us, and they're a major international event as well. So, you know, at the point where they see that, you know, it would be not advisable to run their event, we have arranged with them that we would essentially want to make that call at the same time. We do not want to be the first festival in the country to kind of jump off the train. It doesn't seem right, especially since we're so late in the summer. So we have to wait this out for a while, but we're absolutely making a plan B and a plan C, and you know, kind of even working out a bunch of really fun and interesting ideas of, you know, in the case where we can't run our major event, but what other kind of nice things could we do for the community that are smaller and more local in the meantime, that wouldn't be our festival, but that would still kind of have some community spirit. So we need to see what the situation's like in a couple of months, but we're planning for every scenario and really watching closely what everybody else is doing.
What is your absolute drop dead date that you're going to pull the pin?
Well, I mean, I'm going to say it's going to happen before July 1st, but honestly, it's again, you know, it'll happen before July 1st if it happens. But there are early summer festivals that would potentially pull the plug sooner. And as soon as you start seeing major Alberta festivals cancel, it's likely that it'll be a province-wide thing that happens, and we're all sort of in communication. So some of them have to make the decision a lot earlier because they're earlier in the summer, and we would probably follow suit to match their timeline, so nobody's kind of throwing anyone else under the bus.
Okay. Well, there's just a lot of uncertainty with the airlines, the border closures. We've got different levels of government that are controlling this. It's not the city of Grande Prairie, it's the province and the federal government. So I'm a little concerned that that drop dead date would be that late. I would think that maybe middle of June or even June 1st. But that's, go ahead.
I would suspect that we're going to know, even more likely in May. Like I said, it's likely going to happen a lot earlier than that. That's a date where we generally artists start, buying plane tickets and things like that. And it's basically our absolute drop dead has to happen before anyone's spending any money. That's our big, things. We know we're going to pull the plug. It has to be before any of our artists start investing any money in getting here. So we have a bit of time, but honestly, I mean, we're watching the situation very, very closely, and there are a lot of factors at play, and a decision would likely be made much sooner than that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Plott?
Thanks, Mayor Gibbon. Hey, Sarah, really appreciate the chance to chat here and maybe put my mind at ease. Definitely trust you can do all the right things. It's just, this isn't my money. And I guess so that changes a little bit if it was my money versus the municipality's money. Just wondering on the bands when we book them, appreciating that we need to get these booked sooner than later. Is there any way that we could have a guarantee, or that the city could maybe look at procuring these bands or something different, just so we knew we had that money coming back? Just for my mind at ease, fearful that you book bands, we all trust you, and then you get the refunds, and for whatever reason the city doesn't get reimbursed for that money. Can you just maybe explain to me how we can safeguard the city's investment in this?
Well, I mean, first, I'll kind of speak to a couple things in order. With regards to ever kind of paying anybody directly, that would be incredibly difficult. I sort of sign my name in blood to agents that I will not divulge the amount that any specific artist is paid. We release an overall artistic budget, but it'd be highly irregular, and we wouldn't get looked at all that well if someone other than us started kind of negotiating fees directly with artists. The likelihood, I mean, there's a little bit of taking my word for it in that, I can tell you quite honestly that the likelihood of us even being in a scenario where you'd be requesting a refund is, next to zero, in that, we're planning on running the event. We have the event ready to go. It's just a matter of whether it runs this year or next. We have, our artistic budget is close to $400,000, which means we have to put out $200,000 in artist deposits. That fact alone, the fact that we have to find $200,000 in artist deposits before the festival, is I think, some good evidence that that's where we need the money's needed for that. We'd have no reason to put it anywhere else. As soon as it's like in terms of other oversight, I'd be happy to put. I'm happy to put my name to it. I'm not sure what other. It's quite irregular to do much beyond that. If you had suggestions, I definitely I want to keep everybody's mind at ease. But it's sort of never been a problem in the past, and we're being very, very upfront and open and transparent about what the risks are. Luckily, like I said, the one really great thing is that there's no risk with regards to if we don't run this year, it's not going to hurt us. It's going to be a big pain in the butt for me in terms of workload, but it's not going to put us financially any worse off. In fact, is likely to put us almost better off because we then have 2 years of fundraising against one festival. It counterbalanced by the fact this is a really rough time. But, I don't think our festival is really honestly at risk of not running.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, and I guess I'll just follow up some questions of the administration later in the meeting. But I appreciate you having a chance to come chat with us.
Sure.
Councillor Blackburn?
Thank you, Mayor Given, and thank you, Sarah, for being here today to answer questions. Just to follow up on Wade's question, I can't imagine that there would be a problem with the 5th festival if it were to happen in 2021. I doubt that there would be an issue with it going ahead. Is there any risk that between now and the summer of 2021 that the festival would become insolvent and that a 21 festival would not happen?
No, there is no risk of that.
Thank you.
Sarah, I had one for you. If you received funding this year for the 5th festival, and the 5th festival didn't actually occur until 2021, would you imagine applying for funding in 2021 to fund the 2021 festival?
No, we would regard this, like I said in my sort of reframing of my request, rather than considering this a request for our 2020 festival, I would like to reframe it as a request for funding of our 5th festival, which means if it goes towards this year, then it goes towards this year. If it goes towards next year, then I guess we're not applying next year, which might actually give some other organizations a chance to apply for that money where, you know, there might be a little less competition coming in from us. So it might even kind of open up a neat opportunity for some other organizations, in fact.
Okay, great. Thanks for that clarity. Okay, did I see anybody else with any other questions for Sarah? I don't see anybody waving their hand. And I have a couple of council members that are off screen right now on my screen. And so Councillor O'Toole or Councillor Clayton, if you have your cameras turned off, don't expect me to see you waving your hand to want to get in for a question, okay? And so we'll go now then. Thanks very much, Ms. Card. Appreciate you being here. And I'll just look to the clerk and Mr. Bork, who's in the background there somewhere. Did we have any other presenters that wanted to speak to council as a delegation this afternoon? I did see.
Sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Bork?
Not as a delegation, but council had requested that Wendy Bosch from the Downtown Association be available to answer questions during the call. I'd leave it to the chair to see how you manage that.
Yeah. So I would suggest that we bring Wendy in now. You know, as we get into the agenda for discussion and debate, then that's obviously council. It has been regular practice for the Downtown Association to speak to their budget during the delegation portion. And so we will invite Wendy to the stage, so to speak. Hi, Wendy. I see that you're on screen now, and we'll let you present council. And then, council, if any questions that you had about the Downtown Association's budget that is later on in our agenda, now would be the time to ask them. Ms. Bosch.
Okay. I was asked to send in a letter stating reasons for our budget and maintaining our budget as a not-for-profit organization. So that was all sent to you last week. So if you have any questions in regards to that letter, I'll do my best to answer them.
Okay, council, there was some questions at the Committee of the Whole meeting with respect to the Downtown Association's budget and, you know, reflecting the change in times with COVID. Was there any council members that wished to, so we have the source right here. Is anybody that wished to ask Ms. Boss any questions about that? Or did the letter from the association provide the information council was looking for? Okay, I don't see Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you. The way I recall the question, it was just to confirm, have the Downtown Association confirm to us that there were no changes in the budget that had been presented earlier as a result of what's gone on with the economy because of COVID. So just to hear from Wendy directly that they confirmed that their budget remains the same, that would satisfy me. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I guess there is a couple of questions that is in the ballpark, and that would be the Street Performers Festival, which we are a big part of. We help sponsor some of the Stampede and, of course, Bear Creek Festival as well. We put some sponsorship into that, and the Downtown Kickoff Festival. So I guess we're still in the stages of we don't know what's happening with the street performers. Clearly, the Bear Creek or the Stampede. I imagine the Stampede is over. In regards to a parade, I'm guessing, so I don't know for sure. That isn't a big part of our budget. That's a very, very small part because that is held outside our core anyway, for the most part, other than the parade. So that one really doesn't change our budget much. The other two change it a little bit, but quite honestly, some things that we wouldn't do potentially, we would be putting straight into marketing. Because to rebuild what we're going through right now will take some funds and some initiative to help out these members.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Bosch. Any other questions for Wendy while she's here? I don't see anybody with anything. And so, Wendy, thanks very much for making yourself available. Thanks for the letter last week, answering some of the council questions. Thanks for being available this afternoon to chat with us.
Okay. Well, that was easy. It's like staple.
Yeah, you need a button. Okay, thanks very much. And I'll ask last time, did we have anybody else that wished to be a presenter in our open delegation portion of our agenda? Okay, looking at our clerk, and it doesn't look like we do have anybody, so we'll move on into items of unfinished business. Our first item there, our only item of unfinished business is item 6.1. This is with respect to bylaw C 1260-115, an amendment to land use bylaw, and Councillor Minhas had filed a notice of motion for council to reconsider a motion. So there's sort of two parts here. There's one, Councillor Minhas's motion asking council to reconsider, and then the second part, if council approved, that would be actually the revote or reconsideration of the motion that was passed at that previous council meeting. So, Councillor Minhas, would you like to make the motion to reconsider?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Given. I'll move the council. I made the March 9 council meeting. I pressed the wrong button during my vote regarding the bylaws C 1260-155. Then I recognized afterwards the voting is done, so I made the mistake. So I'd like to consider this motion to reconsider so we can move ahead with the unfinished business, and because they have done a lot of work on that place, I'd like to move on, and I'd like to council to support this to reconsider the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor O'Toole. We want to make sure every council member's votes are recorded the way they intended them to be cast. I'll just actually check with the clerk. I know that if council chooses to reconsider, then only certain council members would vote on that. It would be the council members that were in attendance at the meeting, the public hearing that this is related to. But can all council members vote on the motion to reconsider? Arlene?
Within our procedure bylaw, it is only the council members that were present at the original public hearing that can participate. That includes participating in the discussion and the vote of the motion to reconsider.
Okay,
so that's
thanks for that clarity. So in both cases, on both parts of this, it is only the council members that were in attendance. So that means that Councillor Thiessen, myself, and Councillor Friesen, yeah, exactly, won't be voting on this. I'll continue to chair, but you will not see the three of us vote on this motion or the one that would follow if council did pass this. So is there any discussion or debate on Councillor Minhas's motion asking council to reconsider? I don't see anybody raising a hand. Then I will ask the council members that are able to vote on this item to vote with a show of hands. All in favor? Thank you. I see 6 in favor, excuse me. Thanks. I got you, Councillor O'Toole. And second? Then we can move on to business arising. That would be to give second reading. We would need a motion for second reading again from one of the council members that was there at that meeting. Councillor O'Toole? Sure, Councillor O'Toole, you just have to make sure you get your mic is off there.
Me and all following the rules here, I'm sorry. I move the council give second reading to bylaw C-1260-115.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor O'Toole. So among those council members that were there for that public hearing, is there any discussion or debate? Councillor Bresky.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Given. Once again, I'll urge council to vote against this. And in the last time we discussed, so I won't go into all my reasons why I think land use planning is an inappropriate way to discuss taxes. But I will point out that this conversation we're having right now, where the will of council and the votes of council changed the taxes that an individual property has, this is exactly what we want to avoid in our tax policies. This right here is a great example of why if we want to give relief to undeveloped land, then we need to do that through an overarching policy that applies to every landowner in an equitable, predictable way, instead of having a political process through the rezoning process that is just at the whim of council. So I think more than ever, going through this is showing why this is a bad course forward. I hope council will vote it down. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Bresky. I think I saw Councillor Blackburn's hand and then Councillor Palat.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I agree with Councillor Bresky regarding equal treatment for all landowners in terms of the right kind of tax environment in order to deal with this kind of situation. However, in this particular case, that does not yet exist. And I think to be fair to the applicant, we ought to be voting in favor of this one. And this is counter to the vote that I made last time, but having a chance to reconsider, I think that we can't be penalizing a developer or a property owner because we don't have the right mechanism in place for them to apply in a different manner. So I'm going to vote in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Given. Just a question for administration. When the application came in, did they have to pay a fee to go through this process?
Sure. I see Ms. Downing.
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, they did pay the fee for the rezoning, and I believe the fee was $4,000 for a rezoning application.
Okay. So,
thanks, Ms. Downing.
I appreciate that. I wanted to just get clarification on that. The reason I asked that is to kind of be counterintuitive to what Councillor Bresky is saying, and to kind of echo what Councillor Blackburn is saying, is we don't have a process currently in place. We did collect $4,000 for this, and if we made a policy that blanketed all these, it actually may cost the city more money, and we may have applications come in that people wouldn't have bothered applying from before. So I'm definitely in support of this because I think in the bigger picture, as much as Councillor Bresky may be correct that we don't have something to address this today, we're penalizing them. They paid $4,000, and I'm not of the opinion that this is actually going to be better for the city if we made a blanket policy, because you will probably have landowners come forward that would have never went through this process that now will. So I urge council to just support this one, and if this is something that Mr. Bresky is really concerned about, I know he likes to try to write some policy. Maybe he comes up with something that council has debate on at a later point. But hopefully we can pass this through today for this landowner.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Palat. Did I see Councillor O'Toole's hand? Yeah, Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. I would urge my fellow councillors to support this too. As for the reasons stated by Councillor Blackburn and Palat, I feel that we don't have a policy at this point in time where we can go forward, and if we want to develop one, then we need to do that. But at this time, he hasn't done anything in that property in 7 years. The economy has been not the greatest, and I think that I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Was there anybody else that wished to get in on the discussion debate on this matter? I'm looking at my council members that were there in attendance. I don't see anybody raising their hand or making a move that direction. So then I will call for the vote on the motion to give second reading of bylaw C-1260-115. I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Okay, thank you. I see 5 in favor and opposed. I see 1 opposed. Okay, thank you. So that was motion for second reading. Can I have a motion for third reading? Councillor O'Toole?
we don't have to have a majority on this third reading at this point in time?
I would defer to the clerk, but I would say that since first reading actually did occur at a previous council meeting, we're not trying to have all three readings in the same meeting today, so no, we shouldn't have a motion to have third reading. It is actually just third reading.
Okay, then I will move forward, and I move that council give third reading to bylaw C-1260-115 being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor O'Toole. Any discussion or debate on third and final reading of this land use bylaw amendment? Again, I don't see anybody raising their hand or motioning to that effect. Then I will call for the vote on third reading. All in favor? And opposed? Thank you. So one opposed. Same result as that last vote. And so I think that concludes all of our business on item 6.1. Councilor Minhas, thanks very much for bringing to council's attention we want to ensure that we get everybody's votes reflected accurately. We'll move on then to item 7.1 and an update from our CAO, Horacio Galante.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will provide a quick update about COVID and non-COVID related matters and the regular businesses of the municipality in this time. So Alberta confirmed yesterday another 69 new cases of COVID-19, bringing the total about near 1,300. Of these cases, 48 are currently in a hospital, with 13 in the intensive care units. Unfortunately, 3 additional patients have died, bringing the total to 23 in the province. At the national level, Quebec is leading the number of cases with more than 7,000 cases so far and 75 deaths. 152 of the total cases in the province are suspected as community transmission. This is very important because community transmission cases have been intensified in the last few days, and it's very important to keep the strong social distancing measures in place. As you all know, here in Grande Prairie and in the region, we have relatively low number of cases, so I reinforce the concept of keeping strong social distancing measures to the community to keep these numbers low. We are working on some pre-planning for potential flood or fires events that may overlap with the COVID-19 pandemic as well. As you recall, in previous seasons, we experienced some flood events and wildfires in the northern part of the province and northeast British Columbia. So we are making some preparations to cope with those events on top of the COVID-19 pandemic. In terms of GPREP, our Emergency Operations Center is operating 100% remote as a virtual EOC to avoid close proximity of key emergency personnel, and is working pretty well. A highlight is the Day Bar Center is functioning as a shelter to accommodate some homeless individuals as overflow from Rotary House. There are about 50 people housed there right now. Food and medication services are provided, and this is a 24/7 facility. In terms of food supply and water supply in the city, it's very stable in general in the region, with some daily variations in some products. There is a lot of cooperation from supermarkets, and they're limiting some items to 2 maximum per customer. So I will provide a quick update about the different service areas in terms of regular business of the municipality. For the infrastructure and economic development service area, they have developed some cross-departmental list of projects that are ready or close to ready for procurement. They developed tiered service scenarios for parks operations. depending on staffing availability for the summer months. We have rescheduled some ICF mediation meetings for mid-June with some backup dates for July and August, depending how the pandemic evolves. Economic Development has had daily meetings with the Chamber and the County to coordinate the local response. Also, the Economic Development Department held a meeting with the Economic Development Advisory Committee, members of Council, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Downtown Association to source ideas and feedback regarding business recovery plans. For the next couple of weeks, the Transportation Department is preparing for the spring melt. We have trucks on standby and crews that are ready, and adequate staffing levels are in place to manage the spring runoff. Residential snow clearing should be completed by the end of this week. Economic Development developed an advisory service voucher program to be launched in coordination with the Chamber of Commerce and the county. This program should launch by the end of this week. Environmental Services has developed an at-home gardening program. We'll be sourcing products from local suppliers. This program will be deployed in 2 phases, with the first phase focusing on plants like lettuce, green onions, and tomatoes that can be started indoors, and a second phase in the spring that will focus on root vegetables. You will hear more information about this program in the next few days. Finally, engineering is closely monitoring the capacity of suppliers and utilities while continuing to roll out tenders and requests for proposals for the summer construction season as part of our capital construction plan. For the community services service area, there is a program being run out of Revolution Place currently, started on April 1st until April 15th. That is showcasing artists providing online entertainment at 2 p.m. every day on Facebook and Instagram, again from April 1st to April 15th. This idea came up to allow the public to enjoy a few virtual minutes with the artist in a very innovative and neat concept, ensuring safety. So there is a list of artists on the Revolution Place site and on the city's website, so you can see the artists that they're playing at 2 p.m. every day. The Easter Extravaganza online coloring contest for kids ages 2 to 12 began on April 1st and is running through April 12th. So participants can email their entry to programming or share via direct message to the Mississippi Park Facebook page. The winners from each age category will be randomly selected to win a prize, courtesy of Pizza Hut and the Eastlink Center. We're doing some small adjustments to regular transit and accessible transit as well. And we are doing some experiments with on-demand model using smaller community bus concept. Additional details will be communicated in the coming days on the city's website. Finally, staff are in the process of contacting the tenants regarding lease agreements for Eastlink Center or other facilities where we have contracts in place with tenants. For example, food vendors at Eastlink Center. And we're taking a fair approach regarding how to manage the vendors in this period of time. They are unable to operate their businesses because of the facility closures. So probably we will exercise an extension on the original lease. A consistent approach will be used, and every effort is made to assist with the future viability of those businesses. For the protective and social services side, as you may know, enforcement services, the province has authorized community peace officers to enforce the Public Health Act. Enforcement will assist the province in achieving compliance with public health orders. Due to unexpected staffing shortages at the county, city enforcement personnel staffed the regional pound over the past couple of weeks. County employees have since returned and pound is back into regular operations. For community social development, CSD department is heavily involved in providing the emergency social services components of the GPREP response. FCSS will administer the provincial funding recently announced to support vulnerable persons service providers. They are slightly lower call volumes, and also the detachment has implemented their business continuity plan. The fire department is heavily involved in GPREP operations, and several members are assigned key roles in our EOC. Some technical difficulties at TELUS Mobility, mostly last week, are at times affecting mobile customers' ability to contact 911. So GPREP is issuing daily updates to COVID-19, and people can subscribe on the city's website and the email notifications sign up to receive daily updates from GPREP. So finally, the corporate services service area. The finance department secured a $35 million below prime line of credit with CIBC to manage cash flow during the due to property tax deferrals, and you see an item in the council's agenda today related to this topic. Communications and marketing, they continue to support both GPREP and City Comms, GIS and IT. The remote employee server setup is completed, and we're adding another server to increase capacity. We are experiencing successful support for virtual council committee meetings and council meetings as we're having right now. And we are doing a trial with TELUS to upgrade the network speed overall. Corporate efficiency and strategic initiatives, they are supporting the organizational business continuity and the delivery of critical system functions. HR department supported organizational temporary layoff process that happened last week. Taxation and assessment, they extended the deadline for a withdrawal from the tax installment payment plan, the TIP plan. And procurement is supporting GPREP for logistical requirements. There's business continuity continues for securing supply chain on operational goods. Custodial, fleet, and aquatics are secured for 3 to 6 months. We continue to issue competitive bids for infrastructure projects coming in the summer. And finally, they are completing the rollout of DocuSign, that is a platform to enable digitally signed contracts. So this is a brief update about the city operations during the last 2 weeks and looking at the next 2. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks very much, Mr. Galante. Any questions for the city manager arising out of his update? Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given, and thank you very much, Mr. City Manager, Mr. Galante, for all the hard work that you and our staff are putting in to ensure that our community is functioning as optimally as we can under these conditions. I guess my question is just in regards to the high COVID infection rate out in outlying rural residentials like Tulare and High Prairie, Peace River, and all that. Have we been in discussions with Alberta Health Services as to how Grande Prairie might be able to manage or potentially offset that and expose our people to that infection as well?
Mr. Galante?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we have been in contact with Alberta Health Services. Regularly, we connect with them almost on a daily basis. They're monitoring the 3 locations northeast of the city, where there's a spike on the number of COVID-19 cases. And there are two different options depending the severity of the illnesses. They can direct the patients to Edmonton or to Grande Prairie, depending the triage system and the capacity of hospitals in the area. As you know, there is actually one case right now here in the city, in the hospital, and doing treatments. So Alberta Health Services, they feel confident in the capacity of the local hospital right now to manage the situation that is growing in our northeast region of the province. And the possibility to send patients to Edmonton is always there. But for now, with the strong social distancing measures put in place a few weeks ago, you can see that the number of cases in the region is relatively low, and the capacity of the health medical system is still available to treat potential new cases coming.
Okay. No, thank you very much for that, Horacio. Thanks for monitoring that and being in contact with AHS as regards to plans and potentialities. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Any other questions for Mr. Galante? I don't see any. Then the next item on our agenda, sorry, we should have a motion to receive the CAO's update for information. Actually, we should tie that off with the motion to receive. Councillor Minhas? You'll have to get your microphone, Councillor Minhas.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I give the council move receive the information from our CEO, Horacio Galante.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Minhas. Any discussion or debate on the motion? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. That looks unanimous. That motion carries. And so our next item was an economic update, item 7.2. Is that you, Mr. Galante, or Rebecca Lee? Hello, Rebecca. You just popped up on screen.
Technology is amazing. Thank you, Mayor Given. Thank you, Council, for this opportunity to give you a little bit of an update. We felt it was important to keep Council up to date on the activities coming out of the Economic Development Department, just given the vast impacts, not only to the health and wellness of our residents, but also to our businesses as well. For some background information, on Thursday, March 19th, the City of Grande Prairie, the County of Grande Prairie, through our Economic Development Department and the Chamber of Commerce, joined together and formed what we've, I guess, nicknamed the Business Resiliency Task Force, or BRT, in order to provide a coordinated approach to supporting our local businesses. The approach really has been focused on resiliency and helping to intervene earlier on and provide supports to businesses to help them through the devastating effects of COVID-19, rather than purely focusing on a recovery effort after the fact. In our first few weeks, we've been busy. The task force is meeting daily to ensure that we're responsive to the quickly evolving needs of the business community. And we've rolled out a number of initiatives to date. First of all, our first priority was just rolling out a website, ensuring that we had access to accurate information for local businesses, not so much focusing on the health impacts, because that is being taken care of by our representatives in GPREP and Alberta Health Services, but really focusing on connecting businesses with the appropriate supports from both the federal and provincial governments. Early on, the Economic Developers of Alberta released a business survey. They received over 900 responses in the week that it ran. And early on in the pandemic and the impact, we saw that overwhelming response from businesses that their most immediate need was accessing those funding sources and understanding how to navigate them. So that's really given us guidance for our direction moving forward. So we've created a webpage on the GrandePrairieChamber.com. We have a business resiliency page that is nice and front and center, and we continue to update as new information becomes available. And then also we've included a free-form survey, I guess, opportunity for businesses to request specific resources or suggest additional programming. We've also launched weekly webinars So far, we have scheduled them each Friday from noon till 1 and have seen a great uptake of that. Our first one had just under 90 businesses participate, and then we have been making those available online as well for people to refer to after the fact. We've been attempting to take these global resources and drill them down to a Grande Prairie specific level, helping to guide businesses for who they should be connecting with within the community. On a little bit of a lighter note, we've launched a social media campaign just encouraging residents to support local businesses. It's being run through the Chamber's webpage, and residents are encouraged to post a picture or a testimonial of how they're supporting a local business and use the hashtag #LoveLocalGP. Of course, while respecting social distancing, we're also encouraging residents not just to think of their retail businesses, because I think that's quite often what people think of when you think of shop local, but how are you also supporting our professional services in unique and innovative ways. Through that campaign, we are giving away gift certificates through the Chamber each week, and then monthly prizes of $500 in Chamber checks, and then an overall prize of $1,500 as well. Our newest initiative that I'm excited to update Council on today is the Business Advisory Voucher Program. Again, just recognizing that the feedback that we've received via the survey through Economic Developers of Alberta and through extensive stakeholder engagement with our local businesses showed that businesses are really just uncertain right now in trying to navigate the processes, and access to federal and provincial funding is the #1 priority, closely followed by ensuring their cash flow and adjusting their operations. Additional results of this survey show that businesses expected within the immediate 2 weeks of the pandemic, which is right about where we're at now, I guess, from the time that the survey was taken, showed that businesses anticipated shifting their focus towards customer attraction and marketing, and relaunching their businesses in new and innovative ways to help them survive through the next few weeks. So using that information, we've developed the Business Advisory Voucher Program. The program will consist of 2 phases. It's meant to be really quick and reactionary. The first phase will provide up to $500 in funding for business, up to $500 or 4 hours of consulting services. The program will be administered by the BRT group through the Chamber of Commerce, and businesses will be able to apply on the Chamber's website with a very short, quick survey of 5 questions or less, and the committee has committed to turning around approval process by 5 o'clock the following business day. That will grant them access to the $500 of funding, which will be referred through to Community Futures. Community Futures will then help work with them to develop a plan of attack, a business resiliency plan for that immediate week. For many of these businesses, we're anticipating it might just be a little bit of hand-holding, helping them to navigate some of the processes, which paperwork they need to put together, where they need to apply online, ensuring that they have their Alberta ID and their federal registration in line so that they're ready to access programs. However, we also have kept it open so that they can use part of those 4 hours to refer through to an accountant, HR advisor, marketing, IT, or mental health counseling as well. Phase 1 is, again, meant to be really quick and precise, so it must be completed within 1 week. Within that 1 week period, there will be an additional assessment done and decision made as to whether they would be referred to Phase 2. Phase 2 is where we have a little bit more time, and we've opened it up to 4 weeks for a maximum of $3,000 of funding. Again, businesses will continue working with Community Futures and then be referred out to a list of pre-approved service providers in those service areas that I mentioned previously. Throughout the 4-week program, they'll have ongoing counseling with Community Futures and then have a pre-planned business resiliency plan that they'll work through with the different consultants that they have contracted through this program. At the end of the program, they will be required to submit a graduation report, we've termed it, and then there will be additional follow-up 6 months later just to assess the level of success and the impact that we had on the business. We've also included reporting mechanisms throughout the report, throughout the period, in order to ensure that we are meeting the business needs as they move through this process, rather than finding out after the fact that it didn't provide any value. The program will be funded through existing budget within the economic development operating budget. We've committed $25,000 from our budget currently, and the county has been invited to partner on the funding in this initiative through a matching $25,000 funding request. This is in front of the County of Grande Prairie's Council for funding approval today, so we should hope to have a final decision probably any minute now here. But the program will be moving ahead either way with the city's funding contribution. We are also exploring additional opportunities to leverage funding, and we've put out requests through federal and provincial bodies to see if there is any opportunity to help grow the program beyond its existing scope. So that is our main focus currently. We are planning on rolling out this program before the end of the week. And then on the city side, in terms of our economic development department internally, as Horacio mentioned, we have engaged with the Economic Development Advisory Committee. We had a really good comprehensive conversation last week, and some good ideas were brought forward, and then I continue to reach out and follow up on some of the proposals that came out as a result of that meeting. We continue to coordinate and touch base with all of the grocers and pharmacies as a part of our role in supporting GPREP, and as well as now we are working on engaging with the hotels, ensuring that we're providing support, and in the case that GPREP has any needs, to call on our hotels as we have in previous emergent situations, that we are ready to go. And with that, I will ask any questions.
Okay, thanks very much, Ms. Lee. Any questions for Ms. Lee? Did I see Councillor Thiessen? Was that a stretch or was that your hand? Okay, just a stretch. Okay. I don't see anybody raising their hand. Rebecca, thanks very much for your work and the high level of collaboration between the city, the chamber, the county, and Community Futures. I think that really shows the institutions that are in place acting like they're supposed to in a time like this. For council's information, I was on a Chamber of Commerce roundtable with Rebecca and some of her colleagues, and it was good to see that by and large, the things that were within our ability, we were already doing or really sort of understood. And I think Rebecca and the team were able to sort of have been able to revise their programs based on the input of business owners. So just kudos to you, Rebecca, you and your team. I think you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Can we get a motion to receive the economic update for information? Councillor O'Toole? Sure, Councillor O'Toole, you're just going to have to make sure you get your microphone if you're going to make the motion.
Sorry about this. Technology is changing every day. I'll make that motion to accept the economic development update. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor O'Toole. Any discussion or debate on that motion? Seeing none, then I will call for the vote. All in favor, please. And is that all my council members? Is that all of us? 6, 7, 8. And myself. I wasn't counting me. Okay. that motion carries. Thanks very much. And we'll move on to item 7.3. I see we've been joined by Ms. Whiteway. Danielle, do you want to introduce this borrowing bylaw?
Thank you, Mayor Given. So I am just here today to recommend that Council give all 3 readings to borrowing bylaw C-1424 as presented. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, the city is faced with less receipts into our general bank account than usual. Although cash and investment balances are sufficient to see us through this current situation, borrowing rates are far lower than the interest rates that the city earns on our investment portfolio. So it is prudent for us to secure a credit facility to temporarily borrow during this time rather than to withdraw from our investments. So the temporary borrowing bylaw has been presented. We're asking that an operating line of credit in the amount of $35 million This will ensure the city has enough cash flow to meet service delivery requirements throughout the coming months. And approving this bylaw will ensure that the requirements set out in the Municipal Government Act and by the borrowing institution are met.
Thanks very much, Ms. Whiteway. Can I get a motion for first reading? We'll do first reading, and if that passes, then on second reading, when we had discussion debate, we'll have time for questions. So a motion for first reading. Councillor Minhas. And again, your microphone, Councillor Minhas.
Thank you, Mayor. Well given, I move that Council give the first reading to bylaw C 1424 being a borrow money bylaw.
Thanks very much, Councillor Minhas. No discussion or debate on first reading. I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Okay, I think that motion passes unanimously. And then I'll look for a motion for second reading. Councillor Minhas, do you want to do that one as well?
Yes, I'll move the Council give the second reading to bylaw C 1424.
Thanks very much, Councillor Minhas. Okay, motion for second reading open for discussion debate. I see first Councillor Bressie and then Councillor Palat.
Great, thank you. Just a question about the length of time to repay this. I see the bylaw only extends to December 31st, but what happens if we're still owed a significant portion of taxes by December 31st and we haven't been able to recover those yet?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Given. We are not anticipating that we won't have sufficient. Our levy is much, much higher than what we're asking for temporary borrowing. However, if circumstances did arise that we had a balance still owing at December 31st, we could bring this bylaw back for an extension of the date that we put on here. And as well, CIBC has assured us that there is no problem if we have to extend beyond that date.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Whiteway. I see Councillor Palat and then Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks, Mayor again. Thanks, Councillor Bressie, for asking all the questions I want to ask. My other one was more of, I don't expect an answer on this now, but will Council be getting kind of an updated report? I know we usually do quarterly audit statements on what we're projecting the surplus of the city to be with some of the actions we've taken and some of the expenses that have changed potentially for the city. Do we have any idea of what we think the surpluses would look like for the year if that unfolded? Just more for me, for curiosity, just to see, because there would be funding coming from other sources, but I'm just curious if we've started looking at that.
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Yes, so we do report quarterly to committee. That is going forward as planned. So where March 31st is our first quarter end, it's currently what we're working on now. So we're taking all of this situation into consideration, and we'll have available at a May committee meeting an update. If there's anything in the meantime, of course, we'll bring it through committee, but our planned time to bring forward our forecast would be with our normal quarter report.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Platt. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. I'm not sure of the relevancy of this question, but I'm just curious. In regards to the borrowing bylaw, the rate of investments versus the borrowing interest, it was stated also in the report as well as verbally here, Danielle, that the rate of investments is higher at the current rate of the borrowing interest. How would we be using our investment earnings to pay off the debenture payments on the interim, or I guess that's my question. Yeah, just to float the balance until we pay it back.
Thank you, Mayor Given. So what we will do is make interest-only payments, and that's been worked into our cash flow projections and what we need. We will, upon receipt of our levy, be able to, the plan is to be able to repay the debt in full at that time.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And then I saw Councillor Minhas next.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Given. Nelly and I got my understanding is this is our credit line. So if we use the money, we're going to pay the interest only as much money we use. You answered that one, you pay the interest only. But this is just for in case we need it, that's our credit line expanded more than we normal have, right?
Ms. Whiteway?
Correct. This isn't to cover, let's say, a variance from budget. We're just assuming that we'll still be able at this time to stay on budget. And we've done a very conservative cash flow approach, assuming maybe worst case scenario. And we believe that $35 million is more than sufficient to cover what we just need in the interim for cash flow. Rather than pull from investments, we'd rather earn the money on investments and just borrow temporarily on this revolving line of credit.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Whiteway. Thanks, Councillor Minhas. Were there any other questions for Danielle before we moved on to the vote for second reading? Any debate on second reading? I don't see anybody moving to raise their hand for debate. So then I'll call for the vote on second reading. All in favor? Okay, thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Can I have a motion to have third reading, Councillor Minhas?
Thank you, Mayor Billigan. Can I have the third reading of bylaw C-1424 at this meeting?
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Minhas. Any discussion or debate on the merits of having third and final reading? So this is one of those ones where we're having a motion to have third and final reading, and if it passes unanimously, then we would have that third and final reading here tonight. I don't see anybody raising their hand. I would encourage council to support this motion so that we can move forward with third and final reading. Given how quickly this situation is evolving, I think we want to ensure that our administration is fully equipped to be able to deal with this as quickly as possible. And being able to get this kind of line of credit established to the of that size as quickly as they had is commendable work on behalf of our admin. I think we need to do our job by passing this tonight. So I'd encourage all council members to vote unanimously in support. I will call for the vote. Please vote. Thank you. That motion does carry unanimously, so we can have third and final reading. Councillor Minhas.
Yeah, sorry. I ask council to give the third reading bylaw C-1424 being a borrow money bylaw.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Minhas. Again, any discussion or debate on third and final reading? Councillor O'Toole? Go ahead, you just have to get your microphone, Councillor O'Toole.
I just want to echo what you said earlier. I'm glad that our administration, our finance department is forward thinking and looking after the scenarios that we encounter every day and looking forward to making sure that we have the finances to look after our debts. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. I don't see anybody raising their hand, so then I'll call for the vote on third and final reading. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Thanks very much, everyone. I think that handles everything. Thanks very much, Ms. Whiteway, for being here this afternoon. And we'll move on to, thank you. We'll move on to item 7.4, an ICF update. This is with respect to the City of Grande Prairie's negotiations with the County of Grande Prairie. And I don't know if we have anybody from admin to introduce this. We did hear a little bit about it, I think, from Director Galante, but is there any, do we have anybody from admin that was going to introduce this? And that's totally fine. Mr. City Manager, I see you popped in.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you are aware, the new deadline for ICF has been extended by Municipal Affairs in 1 year, so from April 2020 to April 2021. We completed a set of negotiations with the county recently, and we are going into mediation. That's the next step in the process. So we're having multiple conference calls with 2 mediators and arranging some dates, tentatively in June, July, or August, depending the evolution of the pandemic. So this is a motion discussed, recommendation discussed previously for council to reiterate the willingness to continue with the process, continue the negotiations and the mediation process with our neighbors in the county. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Galante. So I'd look for a motion. We have a recommended motion in the council agenda. Councillor Clayton. Councillor Clayton, your mic.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I would move that council direct the mayor to write the County of Grande Prairie and the Minister of Municipal Affairs to inform them of our request to proceed to the mediation stage of the intermunicipal collaboration framework. The city intends to set up mediation dates in person or remotely beginning in June 2020. Further, the city intends to complete the agreement in its entirety by March 31st, 2021.
Thanks very much, Councillor Clayton. Open for discussion and debate on the motion. Any discussion or debate? Councillor Friesen.
Thanks. I'll be supporting this motion wholeheartedly, and I don't think that there's any reason. We had a bit of a glitch in a restructuring of how we do business, but this is a piece of business that we've been working very hard on together with the county for a number of months now, and to have it waylaid because there's a new deadline when we're prepared would be, I think, a big mistake. We would lose some momentum there. And even though we may or may not be able to meet in person, I don't think that that's any reason also to postpone. So I'm quite pleased to support this motion, and I hope that we continue with the county in with the momentum that we have had and go on to mediation and get this settled sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Friesen. Any other discussion or debate on the motion? Okay, I don't see anybody raising their hand, so then I will call for the vote on item 7.4. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. And we'll move on to committee business. I would look for a motion on item 8.1, the Council Committee of the Whole minutes from March 31st. Can I get a motion for that set of minutes? Councillor Thiessen?
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would move that Council direct the Mayor to, I would move that Council adopt the minutes of the Council Committee of the Whole meeting held Tuesday, March 31st, 2020 as presented. Great.
Thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. There's only so much directing of me you can do in one meeting.
It's true.
That's not true.
Get on it.
Any discussion or debate on the minutes? Is there any errors or omissions before we adopt them? Councillor Blackburn, did you see something?
Thank you, Mayor Given. No errors or omissions. I just wanted the opportunity, since we're not going to have a roundtable discussion according to our agenda, that there's something that I wanted to mention once we have passed this motion. So if I can have that opportunity once we pass the motion, I would appreciate it.
Sure. Thanks very much, Councillor Blackburn. Any other discussion or debate on the motion to adopt that set of minutes? Again, seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. Okay, I think that motion carries unanimously. Councillor Blackburn, there's something you wanted to raise at this stage?
Yes, I did. Just give me a moment to find it on my computer here. I received an email from a resident the other day that I just wanted to bring to the attention of council. It's from Susan McKenzie, and she says, "Never in all my years as a walker in Grande Prairie have the trail and sidewalks been so well maintained. Not just lately, which has been huge for me, but all winter long. People I know have commented on how well the walking areas have been maintained. The guys doing the work all get a high five from me, and I want City Council to know how much this is appreciated." And so I wanted to bring that to your attention because the minutes included a report on snow plowing. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Blackburn. And Councillor Blackburn, you disappeared in that somewhere, so make sure that you get your camera back on because as we move on, so thank you. Okay.
Yeah, it's because I was reading something, I think.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll move on to item 8.11, the FCM Sustainable Communities Award. So we were in Council Committee of the Whole, and so any council member could make these motions. Of course, we're not looking for the chair. I think I saw Councillor Bressie first.
Thank you. Just after you told us we can't direct you anymore, I'm eager to make this motion. I would move the council direct the mayor to write a letter that supports the submission of the Transit Solar Project to the 2020 FCM Sustainability Awards.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bastien. To be clear, I said there was only so much you could do in one meeting, and that was inclusive of this, not the thing Thiessen was trying to do. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? I think submission of this to this for consideration on this award requires a council resolution. Administration has already developed the submission, and I think the intention is to submit this package that is pretty unique in Canada, maybe unique in Canada. And so I don't know if there's any other discussion or debate. Again, seeing none, then I will call for the vote. All in favor?
A lot of clean hands today.
Yeah, that motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And we'll move on to item 8.1.2 with respect to the 2020 large-scale tourism grant funding. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. I would move that council approve.
Sorry, Councillor Thiessen. I'm just going to recognize Councillor Clayton here at this stage. Councillor Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would like to declare a conflict of interest as I am doing some work with Bear Creek Folk Fest. So I will remove myself from this discussion. Obviously, I can still hear you, but I'm going to black my screen so you don't feel I'm sending eyes or influence on anybody. But yeah, I'll declare a conflict and step out of this conversation.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks very much, Councillor Clayton. Yeah, if you just turn your video off and microphone off, then you've left the virtual room. And we'll go on, Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would move that council approve, one, the allocation of the 2020 large-scale tourism grant funding in the amount of $75,000 to the Bear Creek Folk Music Festival, and two, allocation of the 2020 large-scale tourism grant funding in the amount of $25,000 to the Grande Prairie Second Annual Buck Wild PBR event, pending receipt of their 2019 final financial statements, including financial needs. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. Open for discussion debate. I see Councillor O'Toole. Councillor O'Toole?
I was hoping that we could get this motion split in two.
Sure, absolutely. There are two distinct parts to the motion. We can, by all means, split them. So we'll first discuss and debate the first motion, which was with respect to the Bear Creek Folk Music Festival. So, Council, we're discussing the first part of this, and we'll vote on that separately from the second part. So, with respect to the Bear Creek Folk Fest, I see Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Given. If I could just maybe get an update from administration, just reminding me if we were to fund both of these, how do we safeguard and ensure that the funding is okay? We talked to, we had Sarah explain earlier that she's personally, going to look after this and she's confident it's going to move forward. I'm just curious what would happen if we give them the $75,000 and in essence there was no folk festival this year. How do we safeguard the community, or what's normal protocol on that?
Okay, I see we've been joined by Ms. Bieberdorf. Katie?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Given. We have drafted a funding agreement for both of these events, so we can put in clauses on the financial side of things, and then there also is a force majeure clause that indicates pandemic, so we can have controls in place on our end on the agreement side.
Okay, so just so I understand that, Ms. Bieberdorf, you're saying we can. Is that something we will do, or would you need council direction on that? I'm not sure if that's normal protocol, or if you can maybe explain that to me, please.
Ms. Bieberdorf?
Sure, thank you, Mayor Given. We intend on moving forward with the agreement either way.
Sorry, just to be clear, Katie, will you institute those clauses, or Councillor Plot's question is, does council need to make a motion to do that, or will you do it anyways?
Thank you. The intention was to do the agreements anyways.
Okay. With the inclusion of those sort of controls?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on first portion here? I see Councillor O'Toole and then Councillor Friesen.
Question for Katie as well. Do we have a drop date that you have included on that obligation?
Ms. Bieberdorf?
Thank you, Mayor Given. Date, you mean as far as when we disperse the funds, or I'm not sure what you...
Yes.
As of right now, we don't have a date on there, but as soon as we can get the contracts turned around and signed, we could issue the checks to them.
Okay. I'm just concerned that, so here's my concern. I don't really feel that this is going to go this year just because of the possibility of another wave of this flu going through. There's a lot of uncertainty. I'm very proud of the stuff that Grande Prairie is doing and the province of Alberta is doing. I'm really a true believer that we're ahead of everybody else. But my concern is I think that this is going to be money handed to them and they're not going to be able to use it until next year. And I think the Buck Wild one, on a different note, is it's going to be held later on in the year. And I'm okay with, I guess we're guessing, that the situation will be cleared up by then. So I'm not necessarily in favor of supporting the folk festival by writing them a check this year, but I can see there's a possibility for the Buck Wild event. So just my concerns.
Okay, thanks, Councillor O'Toole. So next I had Councillor Friesen, Blackburn, Thiessen, and Bressie. Councillor Friesen.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Ms. Beaverdorf, can the agreement be done in such a way, what I heard very clearly from the delegation was that the funds that are used this year and fairly immediately as they are needed to secure the agreements with some of the performers. But what I heard from her was that there is a force majeure in the contracts with them such that they would get the money back should this year's festival not go. But I also heard from her very clearly that they would hope to, rather than get the money back, take the contracts forward into 2021. And in fact, she mentioned changing the wording of that agreement to funding the 5th festival, not the 2020 festival. So what I hear from that is that we are funding the next festival, not necessarily, whether it goes forward this year, the money is well spent in securing performers for the next festival, and that no loss would be realized in what she's planning to use this funding for. So what I would want is assurance that if we go ahead with this today, that your agreement would not preclude the opportunity of using the funding to help out with the next year if it doesn't go this year. Does that make sense? And will the agreement allow for that?
Ms. Beaverdorf?
Thank you, Mayor Given. Yes, we can word the agreement so that it indicates that the funds are to be utilized for the 5th year of the festival, if that's how the motion reads.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Councillor Friesen asked my question, and I'm satisfied with the answer we got.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Thiessen, and then Councillor Bressie.
Similarly, Councillor Friesen also asked the question that I was going to ask. I'll just make a quick comment. I'm not, and I stated this at committee, I'm not in any way concerned about how this money is going to be used. Being in the festival industry myself prior to being on council, I understand the upfront money nature of securing acts and ensuring that you have an opportunity for the best potential show you could give possibly. I don't see this as if the force majeure happens and they're forced to cancel their 2020 festival to put it off, their 5th festival, until 2021. I just see that as more opportunity, as Ms. Card has stated, for other organizations and new events such as the Buck Wild, Rodeo Stampede, bull riding competition, to get more funding as well. So it gives an opportunity for one of our applicants, the Stampede, to potentially reapply for funding and receive that next year as well as any new events that we're not aware of. So in a sense, I kind of look at this money as an investment in our community and bringing people together. And sooner or later, once this COVID is done, we're going to need to go out of our way to bring our community together, to be strong, to be vibrant, and to be healthy, and to stimulate our economy. So the more investments like this that we can make with a bit of foresight, I think is a down payment well made. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Bressie?
Great, thank you. Just my comment was, I hope that council will support this in terms of, is it likely to run this summer or not? I really don't know. I'm nowhere near an expert. I'd actually suggest that Bear Creek Folk Fest is actually probably more likely to run than Buck Wild, according to my understanding of what we might be seeing over the next year. But I really don't know that. I am very confident if it doesn't run in 2020, it will run in 2021, and we need to be investing in that. We need to be investing in that because more than ever, we need something that gives people a reason to love their summers at Grande Prairie if they can't afford to travel away from Grande Prairie anymore. More than ever, we need something that draws the community together for social inclusion. And more than ever, I think we need something that will inject money into our hospitality industry. So I think whether it's 2020 or whether it's 2021, this is an important investment. Something else I would just highlight to council is that we're talking about a slight decrease for Bear Creek Folk Fest this year over last, and we're talking about a slight decrease this year over last, and we're talking about a 50% decrease of this total funding pool. Last year we budgeted $200,000 for it. This year we're only talking about $100,000 worth of disbursements. So we've cut this funding significantly. So I'd encourage council to support the disbursement of the 50% funding that we did budget for.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bressie. Any other discussion or debate? I don't see anybody raising their hands. So then I will call for the vote on the first part of the motion, which was to award 2020 large-scale tourism grant funding in the amount of $75,000 to the Bear Creek Folk Music Festival. We'll call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously, I think. And then we'll move on to the second part of the motion, the allocation of $25,000 to the Grande Prairie Buck Wild PBR event. Again, pending receipt of the 2019 financial statements indicating financial need. Is there any discussion or debate on that motion? Councillor Thiessen?
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. I have high hopes that the organizers of this event will come back and provide the financial statements that will allow them to access this type of funding. This is kind of why we were built, or why we built this large-scale tourism grant fund, is to ensure that new events have a chance to reach out to the world at large and bring them into our own community. So any opportunity that we have to give an upcoming event, whether you're into bull riding or not, I've been to a few of those shows. I've always found them quite fun and entertaining. And according to what we were provided at our meeting, it looked like it was a fairly well attended and successful event as well. So my hope is that they will come in and make that financial statement proof, and that they'll have a glorious event. So I would encourage council to support this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Any other discussion or debate on this motion? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously, I believe. And I think that concludes all of our business on item 8.1.2. Thanks very much, Ms. Beaverdorf. Councillor Blackburn, did you have something arising?
Yes, I'm wondering whether I want to make another motion regarding the Bear Creek Folk Festival. I wonder if it's more appropriate now or at the time that we deal with the delegations.
Suppose it depends on what your motion is, Councillor Blackburn.
It has to do with the timing for the payment.
Well, so we're talking about funding now, and so I think now would be an appropriate time.
Okay, thank you. Then I would like to make a motion that the city provide the large-scale tourism event grant to the Bear Creek Folk Festival as soon as practical, and to allow them to apply it to their 5th festival, regardless of whether it is in 2020 or 2021. And speaking to the motion, I think that Ms. Card made it very clear how important it is for them to have the funding that they need in order to be able to secure artists so that their festival can be successful.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Blackburn. Any discussion or debate on the motion? Councillor Thiessen?
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. Just a question for Ms. Beaverdorf. I'm in support of Councillor Blackburn's motions, of course, but it might be a bit redundant. In regards to putting together the large-scale tourism contracts for event promoters, you did say that you would get that out to them and the funding would go upon signed agreement. How long does that typically take in the process to put together a contract and have them sign and then get the money out to them?
Ms. Bieberdorf?
Thank you, Mayor Given. We already have a draft contract ready to go. We just have to put the details in around the financial component, and then we could send it off to Ms. Card for signing as soon as possible, and then get it signed on our end. And if we get her to fill out an EFT form as well, we can deposit it into her bank account probably within a week or two.
Okay, yep. I guess with that sort of information, I think Ms. Bieberdorf heard all the conversation at council in and around this event and the potential for postponing to the 2021 event. I'm not going to speak against this motion because I will support it, but it sounds like it's going along that route anyways, and I have confidence in that. But I'll support this motion for now. I just wanted that clarity to ensure, but I have full confidence that money will come as soon as possible.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Any other discussion or debate before I go to Councillor Blackburn to close on his motion? I'll just say that I will be voting in opposition to the motion, not because I don't support the concept, but because I think, as Councillor Thiessen highlighted, I think it is a bit redundant. I think administration deals with matters that are approved by council in as timely a matter as practical in any case without us having to say so. I don't know why we'd have to say so in this case and not in any others. And I think that I'm pretty confident, and I think it was clear that council and administration are on the same page about the intent of the funding being for the next Bear Creek Folk Festival, whether that happens this year or next. So I'm confident that it's going to happen either way. And I would prefer just to make the funding announcement, the funding decision, and allow administration to do the implementation as they described. Any other discussion or debate? Councillor Blackburn to close.
Thank you. I made this motion to preempt any motions to the contrary because I knew there had been some discussion both at Committee of the Whole and a little bit of a hint of it here at today's meeting to ensure that I wanted to ensure that we didn't end up getting into a debate about hanging on to the money for any particular length of time. So given the information that we have, I would be prepared to withdraw the motion.
Okay. Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Blackburn. So Councillor Blackburn is going to withdraw that motion. And so council can allow that, and I don't see any council members objecting. So we'll move on then to item 8.1.3. And that's the amendment to the downtown BRZ bylaw. My understanding is this is essentially a technical amendment. Councillor Thiessen, would you care to give us first reading, and then we could have some support from administration if we need it on second?
Yeah, definitely, Mayor Given, being the Downtown Association rep, I think it's only appropriate. So I would move that council give first reading to bylaw C-801F, being an amendment to the Downtown Business Revitalization Zone bylaw.
Thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. No discussion or debate on first reading. I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would move that council give second reading to bylaw C-801F.
Thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. Any discussion or debate? My recollection is that this was essentially changing the terminology within the bylaw to be in alignment with the changes the provincial government made to some regulations in the Municipal Government Act. Mr. Bork, is that correct?
That is correct. This just makes us in compliance with the Municipal Government Act.
Thanks very much. Any discussion or debate? Councillor Bressie. But your hardwired microphone. Gotcha.
You can leave it off.
No, that time my hardwire one was off and my software one was muted. Too many buttons. It was a question for administration. For this and the other tax bylaws we're talking about today, is there any MGA required advertisement that happens with the bylaws we're talking specifically this afternoon?
Mr. Bork?
I can speak to the ones at this portion of the agenda, and there was no requirements for these that I'm aware of.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion or debate? Seeing none, then I will call for the vote. There we go. There he is. I was wondering.
Sorry, I had to blow my nose.
Fine to do it on screen, I think, just as long as you turn off the microphone.
No. I just Kleenex, all that stuff. You don't want to see that.
Okay, thanks. So I'll call for the vote on second reading. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would move that Council have third reading of bylaw C-801F at this meeting.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. Any discussion or debate on the merits of having third and final reading here this afternoon? I don't see anybody raising their hand, so then I will call for the vote on the motion to have third and final reading. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
All right, let's finish this off. I would move that Council give third reading to bylaw C-801F, being an amendment to the Downtown Business Revitalization Zone bylaw.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. Any discussion or debate on third and final reading? Again, seeing none, I will call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. And we can carry on to item 8.4.1. We have a collection of bylaws related to the 2020 Business Improvement Area Assessment and Tax bylaws. Who would like to start? We'll start first with bylaw C-1415. Councillor Thiessen.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor Given. I would move that Council give first reading to bylaw C-1415, being the Business Tax and Assessment 2020 bylaw. Would you like me to speak?
Thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. Well, we'll have the motion for first reading call, or the vote on that, and then we'll a little bit of discussion on second. So I'll call for the vote on first reading. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor Given. I would move that Council give second reading to bylaw C-1415. Just speaking to this motion, this sets the rates for the tax and assessment of our central core area and the business in the BIA, the central BIA area. It actually allows them to have a budget and to operate business as usual. So I would encourage Council to support this motion.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. Any discussion or debate on second reading? Seeing none, then I will call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. I would move to Council have third reading of bylaw C-1415 at this meeting.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. So again, this is a motion to have third and final reading, must pass unanimously, otherwise it comes back at our next council meeting. Any discussion or debate on that point? Seeing none, then I will call for the vote. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries. Thank you, and it carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would move that Council give third reading to bylaw C-1415, being the Business Tax and Assessment 2020 bylaw.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. Last opportunity for any discussion or debate. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. I think that passes unanimously as well. And we can also give you a break, Councillor Thiessen, if anybody would care to make the motions related to bylaw C-1416.
I don't mind either way. I can talk all day, as you all know.
Well, go ahead, Councillor Thiessen. It looks like you're up.
All right. I would move that Council give first reading to bylaw C-1416, being the Downtown Business Improvement Area Business Tax 2020 bylaw.
Thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. A motion for first reading, no discussion or debate, so I will call for the vote. All in favor? And I'm just missing Councillor Blackburn on my screen. Councillor Blackburn, are you there? Okay, so we'll record that Councillor Blackburn may have left the council chambers for this vote, and so we'll record that as unanimous for the council members that were there in attendance. Councillor Thiessen will move on to second reading.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor Given. I would move that Council give second reading to bylaw C-1416.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. We'll call for the vote on, or sorry, any discussion or debate on second reading? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Clayton?
No, sorry, I was just waiting to vote.
Thanks very much, Councillor Clayton. Then we'll call for the vote on second reading. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. I would move that Council have third reading of bylaw C-1416 at this meeting.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. Any discussion or debate on the motion to have third and final reading? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. All in favor? That motion does pass unanimously, so we can move on to third and final reading. Councillor Thiessen.
Well, thank you very much, Your Grace. I said grace. I would move that council give third reading to bylaw C-1416, being the Downtown Business Improvement Area Business Tax 2020 bylaw.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. Any discussion or debate on third and final reading? Again, seeing none, I will very gracefully call for the vote. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. I think that handles everything with 1416. And finally, we have to move on to 1417. Councillor Thiessen, you might as well.
Yeah, okay, let's do it. All right, I would move that council give first reading to bylaw C-1417, being the Downtown Business Improvement Area Business Tax Rate 2020 bylaw.
Okay. Motion for first reading, no discussion or debate. I'll call for the vote. Please vote. All in favor? Thank you. Thank you. That motion carries. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would move that council give second reading to bylaw C-1417.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Any discussion or debate on bylaw C-1417? I guess I would just speak to this very briefly to say that this is exactly the question that council was asking of the Downtown Association, whether their budget, which was what would drive the tax rate, still stands. As we heard earlier today, the association has reviewed and sees that they will still have a need for this amount of money as they go through, and potentially even more, although they may shift priorities within their budget. So I'm fully supportive and would encourage council to support the motion. I don't see anybody else moving like they wanted to say anything. Then I'll call for the vote on second reading. All in favor? Thank you. That looks unanimous again. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Gavin. I would move that council have third reading of bylaw C-1417 at this meeting.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. Any discussion or debate on the merits of having third and final reading this afternoon? Seeing nobody moving to catch my attention, then I will call for the vote on the motion to have third and final reading. All in favor? Thank you. That motion passes unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would move that council give third reading to bylaw C-1417, being the Downtown Business Improvement Area Business Tax Rate 2020 bylaw.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. Last opportunity, any discussion or debate on this bylaw? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Please vote. All in favor? That motion carries. And I think that deals with all of our bylaws related to the Downtown Association business tax rate and bylaws. Then we'll move on next to item 8.1.5, bylaw C-1418 and C-1419. Could I have a motion starting with C-1418? Councillor Minhas.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I give the council give the first reading to bylaw C-1418, being the supplementary property assessment bylaw.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Minhas. So no discussion or debate on first reading. I'll call for the vote. All in favor? That motion carries. Councillor Minhas, go ahead.
I give the council give the second reading to bylaw C-1418.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Minhas. Any discussion or debate on bylaw C-1418? Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I'd just like to look at making a supplementary motion coming out of these motion recommendations. I'm just wondering if I just wait till the end of these being passed to make that motion, or? So
is your intention to make any changes to these for this year, or is it something that sort of arises out of this discussion?
Arises out of this discussion.
Sure. Yeah. So my recommendation would be after if council passes both bylaws, or after council deals with both bylaws, however council deals, not to prejudge how we're all going to vote, but then at the conclusion of the discussion on 1419 would be the right time.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I don't see anybody else. Then we'll call for the vote on. We were on second, right? Somebody remind me. We're on to second. Okay. So we'll call for the vote on second reading of bylaw C-1418. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries. Councillor Minhas.
Can I have third reading of bylaw C 1418 at this meeting?
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Minhas. So a motion to have third and final reading here this afternoon. Any discussion or debate on that point? Seeing none, then I will call for the vote on the motion. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Councillor Minhas, we can have that third and final reading.
Yeah, I ask council give the third reading bylaw C 1418 being as supplementary property assessment bylaw.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Minhas. Any discussion or debate on third and final reading? Again, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries. And Councillor Minhas, did you want to carry on with 1419?
Yes, I can. So give the first reading to the bylaw C 1419 being the supplementary property tax bylaw.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Minhas. No discussion or debate on first reading. I will call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries. Councillor Minhas.
Give the second reading to the C 1419 bylaw.
Okay. Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Minhas. Any discussion or debate on second reading of bylaw C 1419, the supplementary property tax bylaw? Seeing none, I'd just make the observation that was shared with us at the committee meeting that this is potentially one of the last times that we'll have to do this. My entire career on council, it has been this seemingly redundant thing that we've done every year with all these readings, and the government has amended the Municipal Government Act to allow a municipality to pass a bylaw to do this that would enable us to do it on an ongoing basis rather than having to do it on a reoccurring basis every year. So that'll be good news, and we'll have fewer of these motions in the future. I don't see anybody else making a motion to say anything, so then I will call for the vote. Please vote. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Councillor Minhas.
Have the third reading bylaw C 1419 at this meeting.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Minhas. This is a motion to have third and final reading. Is there any discussion or debate on the merits of that point? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. That motion does carry unanimously. Councillor Minhas.
I ask council to give the third reading to bylaw C 1419 being the supplementary property tax bylaw.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Minhas. Last opportunity, third and final reading. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Thanks very much. That looks like that carried unanimously. And I believe that deals with all of our business related to the supplementary property tax assessment and tax bylaws. Our next item, oh, sorry, Councillor Plott, you said you had business arising. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Given. In light of that, we may not have to pass this moving forward, and I know I've brought this up in a couple conversations. We had a close vote on this at another point, but I do think it's important for the city to look at this supplementary and breaking it into buckets a little bit more detailed. I think this is great information for economic development, and I think, you know, I'm not saying for 2020, I'm saying 2021 that we should start getting this information. So I'm not sure if I need a motion or if this is asking the administration to look at doing this in subsequent years moving forward, or how you think that would be best served.
Sure, and maybe, so that was at our, although many of us were there, the public may not have been, what information was it that you're looking for, Councillor Plott? You might just want to highlight.
Yeah, thanks for giving me correct on that. So currently we just kind of break it into residential, non-residential, and I guess for me, I think it's imperative that we start breaking this into more detail so we know how much absorption we're having in commercial, office, industrial, multifamily, single family. I think this is good information for economic development to have moving forward. I think it's information we can collect if we start putting our collective heads through between when we apply and how taxation separates them. I know it seems like it might be redundant for some people, but at the end of the day, this is vital, important information that we should have for economic development. So when we go to try to sell our community to people at conferences, we have relevant information on what's happening currently in our economy, as right now we don't have that. So for me, I just think I'd like to see administration work on this moving forward, because we may not even have this reported to council moving forward. And I think it's important that internally this information is at least being updated and shared with CLT.
Okay. So maybe I think we may have Director Glavin on the line with us. And Brian, I don't know if you could speak to what information we have available today, or what the process would be to gather the kind of information that Councillor Plott is asking for. Director Glavin, are you on the council? I keep saying call. It doesn't seem quite right, but Director Glavin.
Yes, I'm here. So I think we can come up with most of the information that Councillor Plott was requesting. I've already asked Economic Development to look into the request stemming out of the last meeting, even though it didn't carry. And I haven't got the final report back, but this is all information that we would either have access to that would just need to be put into a report, or we would need to allocate one of our staff resources to get that information. So it's all doable.
Okay.
So based on that, so Director Glavin, would your intent then be to bring that sort of report or your recommendation on how council, what information exists or how best to gather it to a committee meeting?
That's certainly something that we can do.
Okay.
That's, as far as the exact dates, it'll take a bit of time to put that together, but certainly sometime later this year, that would be within our wheelhouse.
Okay, and I guess when you say within our wheelhouse, to bring forward a recommendation or a review, a recommendation to council on how extensive that would be to undertake the data gathering, or what's possible, or to actually, are you saying that later this year you could actually bring the data?
Yeah, I'm confident we could bring the data.
Okay, without needing, okay. Does that sort of satisfy it?
For me, I don't want administration doing any extra work or reports if it's already in work, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Plott. Thanks very much, Director Glavin, for being available. Okay.
Yeah, if I may add, Bill?
Yes.
For Mayor Given. Yeah, so I'm still waiting just to hear back confirmation on everything from our manager, but yeah, from what I've heard so far, I think we're in good shape to be able to put something together.
Okay, thanks very much, Director Glavin. Then I think that handles all of our items of business coming from our Council Committee of the Whole meeting. We did have one item of correspondence under 9.1 from the Downtown Association. I think that was referenced by Ms. Bosch in her presentation and was related specifically to the Downtown Association budget. So I'd look for a motion to receive that for information. Councillor O'Toole.
Good.
Mayor Given, I would go ahead and make a motion to accept that letter as for information.
Thanks very much, Councillor O'Toole. Any discussion or debate on that point? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. And then delegation business, we did have two delegations. We could receive them both for information with one motion, probably. Councillor Blackburn?
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would move that we accept the delegation reports as information.
Thanks very much, Councillor Blackburn. Any discussion or debate on the motion? And seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries. And so that handles our delegation business. We have no notices of motion this evening or this afternoon. And so with that, we will recess our council meeting. We are going to return later on this evening at 6 p.m. For public hearings and scheduled delegations. I don't believe we have any scheduled delegations, but we do have a couple of items under public hearings, and we will return to our webcast and to our laptops for 6 p.m. And we'll see you all in a little bit. Councillor Blackburn, sorry, did you have any slides before close?
Just a technical question to make sure that we don't end up with a problem. Are we able to re-attend this same meeting using the same link that showed up in our invitation?
I would suspect so, but I'll look to Mr. Bork just to make sure.
Correct. You can log out and re-log in closer to 6 o'clock with this same link.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Bork. Thanks, Councillor Blackburn. Okay, then we are in recess. We will see you at 6 o'clock. Bye, everybody. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, and we should be back to the second half of our Grande Prairie City Council meeting for Monday, April the 6th. We are back after our committee business in the early afternoon here for scheduled delegations, and I'll look to the clerk. I don't believe we have any scheduled delegations this evening, do we? Arlene, I think you had it backwards. I think you had your mic on before and turned it off.
Thank you, Mayor Given. What would I do without you? At this time, we do not have any scheduled delegations for this City Council meeting.
Okay. Okay, great. Thanks very much. Thanks for that, Arlene. I'm sorry to put you on the spot so early. So we'll...
Sorry, and I've got a point of order, Mayor Given.
Sure, Councillor Bressy, just before we move out of the scheduled delegations, I just wanted to note to the community, we do have some public hearings that were previously advertised, and in order to ensure that we followed up with the advertising commitment that people would be able to attend at City Hall and speak to any of the public hearings, our administration has gone ahead and set up a Zoom station in the lobby at City Hall. So if there was anybody that was planning to attend and speak to these and had been planning to attend at City Hall, they can do that. Administration will be there to support them and bring them into the appropriate public hearing at the appropriate time. So that's completely possible. And before we get into our public hearings, I'll recognize Councillor Bressy.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Given. A bit of background for council, and then I've got a question for administration on a point of order. Last week, Minister Madu, the Minister of Municipal Affairs, signed a ministerial order which pushed most timelines in the MGA back to October 1st. And it's going to create all kinds of havoc if it doesn't get rescinded. For example, my understanding is if development is subject to an SDAB comes up, then it can't go forward to October 1st. It's causing issues with tax assessments. Appeals go to October 1st. It's creating all sorts of issues. But one of the ways that I'm reading it is anything that requires advertisement under the MGA, the timelines are extended to October 1st. And since public hearings are something that require advertisement under the MGA, I guess my two questions are, is there potential that now any public hearing we can't hold until October 1st? And my second question to the clerk is, do we get off scot-free on this week because we started advertising before that ministerial order was signed? I'm just wondering if we could go forward tonight in light of this very broad ministerial order that got signed.
Okay, I'm not muted. I can answer this question. I did connect with Municipal Affairs this afternoon with regard to the issues that Councillor Bressy has brought to our attention. He is correct that sections 606 subsection 2 and 606 subsection 5 are referenced in Appendix 2 of the ministerial order that was signed on March 25th. We are fortunate that the public hearings that are going to occur at our council meeting this afternoon were advertised prior to this order, and therefore Municipal Affairs has confirmed that we can go ahead with these public hearings as scheduled. I have to do some more research into further public hearings and how the municipal order is going to affect what we do moving forward. But for today, we're okay.
Great. Thank you then, Mayor. Given that settles my point of order, I'm okay with going ahead. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Bressy, and thanks for raising that. Obviously, uncertain times for everybody, and I know the provincial government is trying to move fairly rapidly to adjust timelines where necessary in these municipalities. And I think some of those quick adjustments might have some unintended consequences that they're looking to rectify. So thanks very much, and thanks, Arlene, for that clarification. So we will move on and call to order the public hearing for Land Use Bylaw Amendments C-1260-111 and C-1260-116, social housing definitions. I'd call this public hearing to order and look to Mr. DeRoche for an introduction from administration. Reid.
Thank you, Mayor Given. So I'm just launching my presentation here. Can you please confirm that you're able to hear me and can see the presentation?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So This public hearing is on definitions in the land use bylaw related to social types of housing. So in this context, when we say social housing, we're referring to forms of housing that are intended to serve a social benefit and other affiliated uses. So the initiation of this project came about in several ways. When development officers as well as committee were processing applications for some of these uses, notably group homes, they noticed some challenges with interpreting the current definition and a lot of areas of confusion. Also, while administration was developing the draft affordable housing strategy, the engagement identified a lot of confusion about our existing definitions. And so we received direction from committee to conduct a review. The review included going over definitions in bylaws from other municipalities, as well as reviewing older versions of the city's land use bylaw. It resulted in some proposed changes to definitions, as well as the addition of some new definitions to the bylaw. Based on those revisions, we presented a draft to committee. We received some feedback and received direction to move forward with bylaws for council consideration, and that's what I'm presenting to you tonight. So the proposed changes were separated into two distinct bylaws, each addressing a different aspect of the land use bylaw. And this is simply to facilitate debate of the different items and making it easier for any motions arising. So the first one is 111, and that deals solely with the definitions. And 116 deals with proposed changes to the permitted or discretionary status of various uses. Throughout the new definitions, there have been some updates to the terminology. For those of you who are at committee, you may remember that there were some challenges with properly identifying the user groups that were intended for the different types of facilities. In our review of the older versions of the bylaw, one challenge we found is that group home referred to personal rehabilitation for mental, social, or behavioral problems, and that was removed in the newer version of the land use bylaw, likely because it's an outdated terminology. So to clarify the intended user group, we're proposing to use the term behavioral health, and this refers to mental health and behaviors related to health outcomes. So this can include things such as challenges with depression, anger management, social reintegration, and addictions. And this will help distinguish between the different types of support homes. Similarly, we updated terminology related to certain user groups to focus more on the nature of their needs that would impact facility operations or design. So in the current definitions, the terms that we're kind of replacing are seniors and persons with developmental disabilities. These definitions were slightly too narrow to accomplish what we were looking for. So one example that came up was a case where perhaps someone has cognitive disabilities due to something like a motor vehicle accident, then they wouldn't be covered under these definitions. And so we are proposing to use a terminology that focuses on their needs. So the updated terminology is residents who have physical or cognitive health issues and who require daily or frequent professional care and supervision to perform daily living tasks or to exit safely in the case of an emergency. And so these will appear in a few different definitions. The result of the revision was 6 revised definitions and 2 proposed new definitions. So the first revised definition is community outreach facility. And the challenge we had with community outreach facility is that the current definition is far too broad. It includes things such as walk-in counseling services, all the way to permanent supported housing or emergency shelters. And these are very different types of uses in terms of land use impact and potential hours of operation, need for support, traffic, and that type of thing. So the revised definition focuses on the kind of daytime support services that are outpatient and walk-in and that type of item. And it eliminates any element of overnight accommodation or temporary housing or residential uses. However, we've also proposed a clause in there that would allow these facilities to be used as overflow in the event of an emergency that renders our existing shelters over capacity. So what that's referring to is in, say, our harsh winter conditions when it's -40 and Rotary House is full, potentially one of these facilities could be utilized for emergency overflow. And so we put that clause in there just so that we had the opportunity to do that in the event of an emergency. The next revised definition is dwelling unit supported, and this definition causes quite a bit, the current definition causes quite a bit of confusion, mainly because it was created to address a very unique case. And so this is utilized in circumstances where someone is building a mixed market project. So that's a building that includes regular market units as well as specialized supported housing. And on top of that, where the applicant is seeking special considerations based on that. So an example scenario might be if someone's building an apartment building and they want to designate a portion of the residences as affordable housing, they may ask to have their parking limit parking requirement reduced in consideration of serving a population that's less likely to drive. And it would also trigger considerations such as proximity to transit and other services, depending on the nature of the actual development. So this allows for these unique projects to be considered. Another point of confusion was that this use was written in conjunction with the creation of the DC-14 district. So this is a direct control district, but was written to be potentially applied to different sites throughout the city for similar circumstances like this. And its main function is highlighting the actual approval process. And so the current definition does not make any mention of DC-14. It simply says that a direct control district is required. So the proposed revision makes specific mention of DC-14 so that anyone reading this use knows to refer to that district to get a better understanding of the concept and the applicability of the use. The next one is group home. So currently the definition of group home overlaps with residential support home. And to clearly differentiate between the two, we are proposing that group home focus on behavioral health, while residential support homes be focused on persons who need supports for daily living because of cognitive or physical disability. And so the proposed new definition clarifies the intent of the group home and clarifies that connection to behavioral health. Now, it also has revised wording to account for different scenarios. These types of facilities can be very different in their services and design. So we acknowledge that with things such as noting a requirement for licensing. So we say it may or may not require licensing, but that'll trigger anyone processing a permit to verify that. Depending on the nature of the facility, they may require a provincial license, but they also might not. But then again, the operator themselves might require a license. So it gets a bit complicated. The wording basically allows for a variety of scenarios. It also accounts for whether or not they provide meals. That's not a requirement, whereas the current wording suggests that they're required to provide meals, but that's not the intent. And also a clause was added to acknowledge the potential for staff accommodation. The next revised definition is residential care facility. The main change in this is that the current definition refers to it as potentially being a group home with 7 or more residents. And with the focus of group homes on behavioral health, that really is not the intent of a residential care facility. The term residential care facility is typically used for seniors housing. So for the proposed new definition, we clarify the intent by focusing on, again, that updated terminology for persons who require assistance evacuating in the event of an emergency and require daily support due to cognitive or physical disabilities. And then the seniors housing is given as an example use within that to further clarify that. And there is no longer a mention of group home in the proposed definition. The housing for persons with behavioral health challenges that require a larger facility will be covered under the new permanent supported housing definition. Residential support home was changed to reflect that updated terminology as well. Again, like group homes, the wording around licensing and other characteristics was updated to reflect the variety of different types of facilities that we can have, as well as the potential for staff accommodations. One notable change is that the new definition proposes that a residential support home type 1 be limited to 3 residents rather than 4. So currently you can have up to 4 residents in this type of facility. but residential support home type 1 does not require a development permit. So essentially, because it's so similar to a normal residence, and with only 3 residents, it may fall beyond the scope of what we can define for single-family housing in terms of not being able to define family in a bylaw, so it's simpler just to allow it without requiring a permit. However, 4 residents is one of the triggers for provincial licensing. And so we propose that 4 or more be residential support home type 2. And that way, when someone's processing a facility that does require a development permit, they know that it's also likely to require a provincial license. So similarly, we have residential support home type 2. Again, the terminology was updated and the clauses around licensing and other support services and staff accommodations were updated to reflect the variety of potential scenarios. But we're proposing that it applies to 4 or more residents rather than 5 or more residents to align with provincial licensing. One of the new definitions that we are proposing is permanent supported housing. And this is a terminology used by our Community Social Development Department as well as social departments across the country. And so we thought this was the most appropriate terminology, largely because when trying to accommodate this type of facility in Grande Prairie, it was a huge struggle to find what use it would best fall under. The current one in the community was approved as community outreach facility. And as noted at the beginning of this presentation, that use is far too broad. And so it's very helpful for everyone in the process to have a clear definition to understand what the process will be for developing one of these and where they can be accommodated. So the new definition addresses the lack of a clear definition for a form of housing that accommodates persons with complex needs, which is covered under the terminology behavioral health. And it describes a secure facility with staff supervision. Now, notably, we're proposing that it require a direct control district. This is for several reasons. One is because these types of facilities are often a cause for concern for adjacent property owners. And the direct control process includes a public engagement requirement that allows measures to address public concerns to be implemented into the actual district as well as a development permit. It also allows for the development officer as well as council to have considerations of the more specific details of the design of the facility. And since everyone is very unique, they can be quite varied in the design. This allows for a greater level of oversight. And then it also provides more certainty in the process for the applicant because at the zoning stage, council essentially approves the proposed development, and then when there is a development permit, it limits the opportunities for appeal to procedural grounds. So another definition that we're proposing to add is emergency shelter. So currently there isn't a clear definition for emergency shelter. It could potentially fall under community outreach facility, which lists youth emergency shelter as an example use. The current shelter that we have in the community was opened under essential public service, which is a definition that we also use for police departments and fire stations. And so these are very different uses. And so it's helpful to have a distinct use for a shelter. Again, this creates greater certainty for people applying to develop one, and people in the community have a clearer term when something's being developed near them. And so this addresses that lack of a definition. The proposed wording allows for a variety of configurations and services. So it includes things such as dorms or individual rooms, or even short-term apartments for transitional housing. Again, this one requires a direct control district for the same reason it's being proposed for permanent supported housing. Now, the next component of the presentation will be the potential changes to the permitted or discretionary status of uses, and we're reviewing 4 uses in this proposed bylaw. So the first one is community outreach facility, and it's being proposed to move from discretionary committee to discretionary development officer. And this is based on the overnight and residential components being eliminated from the definition. Based on a clear, less vague definition, we believe that there's less variability that would require triggering a committee process. If there is something that arose that was more complicated, the development officer could bring it to committee. Discretionary development officer still has the added adjacent property owner notification, as well as providing the development officer with an elevated level of discretion to make decisions on the permit outside of some of the specific clauses in the land use bylaw. But it also eliminates some of the administrative process in terms of having to bring a permit to committee and that delay in the potential approval process. Similarly, we're proposing group home to be moved from discretionary committee to discretionary development officer, and that, again, facilitates the process. It reduces the timeline for processing a permit. The development officer still has the requirement to notify adjacent property owners and put the sign on the property, and has that added discretion without the added requirement of the committee process. And also the definition is clearer now, so it's more straightforward about what's being proposed. Notable changes that have been highlighted on this slide is we're proposing to add group homes to the central commercial district. We're doing this for several of these uses, and that's mainly because the central commercial district, it was likely omitted when these definitions were being added, simply because its name suggests it's commercial strictly, but it has a significant residential component, and it may be an ideal area for some of these uses, notably because it's close to amenities and transit and a lot of public services. So we're proposing to include it in central commercial. Another point that we identified during the review was that it's permitted in the residential transition district, but discretionary in every other residential district, and that seemed inappropriate. There's good reasons why it's discretionary in most districts. There's a very wide range of types of supports that could be provided with a group home, and there's a lot of different contexts that it could be proposed in, and those all need to be considered in a permit. And so we're proposing that it also be discretionary in the RT district. We also would want to avoid driving all the group homes in the community to RT areas. It would be preferred to have them more dispersed throughout the community rather than potentially concentrating them in one district. So we have residential support homes types 1 and 2, both on this slide. So the changes we're proposing is simply adding them to the commercial central district. Again, this is because it is a potentially ideal area for these forms of housing close to amenities and transit. And so residential support home type 1 is permitted wherever it's noted. And so we're proposing to be permitted in the commercial central district. And type 2 is discretionary development officer wherever it is noted. And we're proposing that it be discretionary development officer in the central commercial district as well. So in summary, we have proposed some revised definitions to improve clarity and address overly broad things. We're proposing some new definitions to address gaps and cover what overly broad definitions formerly had. And we're proposing some changes to permitted or discretionary status based on some changes or as a result of the review. And administration recommends that both bylaws be given all 3 readings. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. DeRoche. Okay, so an opportunity for any questions for administration at this time from council. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Given. Thanks, Reed, for the presentation. I just had a couple questions. Just one, I think it was under DC 14 where we're going to potentially have a little bit less parking requirements. Can you explain what would happen if that house or that product was sold later on? There was an apartment building or a fourplex or something that was deemed to have less apartment parking, and then it was sold 5 years down the road. Would that parking stay with title if the new owner wanted to go to market housing and not have any supported housing in it?
Thank you. Through the mayor. So in that case, they would actually require a new permit for a change of use. So because those units would be specifically designated as dwelling units supported in the development permit, if they were going to make a change, they are technically changing the use of those units. And so they would need a change of use permit.
Okay, well, that's good to know. I just, We'll have to figure out a way to communicate that to the realtors and the home buyers that might be buying that to know that somehow. Just another question was just if we approved all the items on the agenda tonight and somebody come in to apply for a DC, would they be even able to do anything till October 1st then?
Mr. DeRoche?
Thank you. So through the mayor, we're still working on those issues. So I can't answer that question at this time. We're still trying to get a better understanding of the implications.
Okay.
Councillor Plott, just to speak to that, I think, my understanding, maybe this was covered earlier, but my understanding was that the government realized that one of the unintended consequences was that they've just pushed all timelines having to do with municipalities. And in this case, it means that if the municipality issues a development permit, that the time for appeal, that appeal needs to stay open, goes all the way to October as well, which would cause a significant amount of, you can imagine, for a builder or a project proponent to say, okay, well, I have to wait all the way till October to know whether I'm going to get appealed or not, is a pretty big window. The ministry has acknowledged that this was not their intention, and they are discussing right now, opportunities to improve that. There was an email to AUMA last week from the department saying basically that they get it, and they're going to try to fix it. I would expect that will come fairly quickly, but it's so a known issue with the change that they made, and the real challenge is that if it's left the way it is now, any permit issued right now could be subject to appeal all the way to October.
Okay. Thanks, Mayor Given. Thanks, Reid, for that. I did have a couple more questions, but I'll jump out for now.
Okay. Anybody else with any questions for Mr. DeRoche at this stage? Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. Thanks for the presentation, Reid, and thanks for the hard work that you put into all these definitions and the reorganization of it. I guess my question is in regards to group home and the new table set as far as who the development authority is. Group homes can sort of dive into the safe group home bit and then the NIMBY group home bit. So typically these types of housings do get a little bit of pushback and are a bit more politically charged. So what was the motivation in making the discretionary authority administration rather than committee when we could have a lot more pushback from the public over these types of housing units?
Mr. DeRoche?
Thank you, through the mayor. So that was part of the reason for the consideration. So the challenge we found with group homes is that a lot of the expressed concerns are about the users and aren't land use considerations that we can apply. And so by going to committee, it potentially creates more confusion around what can be considered, because then it creates kind of a public debate over processing the permit, whereas the development officer is still required to consider public input and is able to make those decisions in a less heated environment, and can choose to bring them to committee if it's deemed to require that step.
Okay, yeah, no, I got that last part. Thank you very much for that, Reid, and thanks for the thoughtfulness in that process.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Go to Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. My question has to do with dwelling unit supported, and I want to know if I'm reading this definition right. So the way I'm reading this definition is if there was a mixed market apartment unit that was a bunch of market units, and then there was also X amount of units in it that were subsidized, it wouldn't actually fall into this definition. Is it that it wouldn't become a dwelling unit supported unless it was in a DC-14 land zoning? Or is it that it would be required to go in a DC-14 zoning? Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Thank you. Through the mayor, yes. So this is a major challenge with that definition. So it is a huge point of confusion, and ideally I would have eliminated it if I could have, but it serves a very specific niche. So to clarify your point, I'm going to just give some scenarios. So say you have an apartment building, it's already existing, and you want to allow people in who are using a provincial subsidy for their rent. It's a subsidized unit, it does not require a permit to be a permanent, a supported dwelling unit. Similarly, something in an apartment building could be a residential support home type 1, and it wouldn't require an additional permit. So the utility of dwelling unit supported is in a very unique circumstance where someone is requiring special development permit considerations on the grounds of having these units included. And there's only ever been one case of that in the city. I don't expect it to be utilized very often, but it is a useful tool in those very unique circumstances.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bressie. Any other questions for Mr. DeRoche at this time? Councillor Minhas? And you'll just have to get your microphone, Councillor Minhas. We can't hear you. And now we can't see you. Okay, Councillor Minhas, we'll come back to you when you're able to, if you're able to get your microphone. There you go. Did you still have a question, Councillor Minhas? And if you do, you're going to need to turn on your mic. There we go. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just a clarification for, when you say the 3 residents to go to 4 residents and you need the permit, I just didn't quite understand, for the development. And then same thing with this number 6 to go to 7 for care center, something. Can you explain me a little bit better?
Sure. Through the mayor. So currently, a residential support home type 1 allows up to 4 units. But reviewing the provincial licensing requirements, when what they call a group home, but we would potentially call a residential support home, requires a license, one of the triggers is 4 or more residents. Now, there are some other criteria, but it just makes things easier on people considering applications in the city to align our kind of triggers with the provincial licensing ones. So, for example, we wouldn't necessarily want to allow residential support homes type 1 to go forward without requiring a permit when they may require provincial licensing, simply because this process allows us to verify that licensing is in place for facilities in our community. So ideally, a development permit is required also when a license is required, and so the definitions are changed to align with that. I'm sorry, I think that was a bit confusing. Did that answer that question?
Councillor Minhas, you'll just have to get your microphone, Councillor Minhas.
Yes, I got some understanding now, like you needed some license for the 4 unit before you didn't have it.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Minhas. Any other questions for Mr. DeRoche at this time? Yeah, Councillor Platt.
Thanks, Sarah Given. Just can you give me an idea, Mr. DeRoche, just on the amount of community outreach or group home applications that would come into the city annually that if we made these changes wouldn't have to come to committee?
I don't have the numbers.
So like a couple a year. I guess for me it changes it because if there's only 1 or 2 of these a year, maybe 3 or 4, I kind of feel like they should just come to committee. They're very front facing in the community, and once something's approved, it makes it very difficult to make any changes. So if I knew there was dozens of these, it would change my opinion maybe. But if this is 2 or 3, 4 a year, I don't know if I'd like to see those not coming to committee. I just think that's something we should be doing.
And through the mayor, my just impression from my experience is that it's potentially fewer than 5 of each a year.
Okay, thank you. And then just, can you just maybe walk me through the process? So somebody buys a piece of land, they want to put on a permanent supportive housing or an emergency shelter. They apply to go to direct control. That would be their first step.
Through the mayor? Yes. So they would apply to go to direct control. That would be the first step.
So as much as, and I don't know a better way to do it, I'm just asking if the administration's got thoughts that I could explain to somebody down the road on. When things that get moved to direct control, I don't know if there's going to be a bunch of red flags go up because most people won't know what that means. It's once we move it to direct control and then somebody comes in and says, I want to put an emergency shelter right here that's three feet from your house, sort of a scenario. And that's what I'm worried about is people aren't going to understand when it gets moved from piece of land to DC, and then they're going to be too late to try to make changes. And is there any way we can communicate that with the community, or is there something we can do when that transfers to DC?
Mr. Drosh?
I'm sorry, I'm not clear on the question. Are you asking for people who are currently working on these types of projects?
I guess what I'm more, sorry, I didn't answer that properly, or ask that properly. I'm more worrying about safeguarding the homeowner there, the property owner that might be adjacent to this property. We just zone it to direct control. Probably don't care because they're like, oh, direct control. They know what it could be. But once it's direct control and then the new applicant comes in and says, actually, I want to put a emergency shelter right beside your property, is there any way they're going to understand that before? Because I think that's where some of the community engagement process might break down on our part is, I don't know if people understand when we move it to direct control and then the applicant comes in, it's going to impact the landowner beside it. And I'm just trying to understand how we work through that situation.
So through the mayor, that's specifically why we're proposing direct control. So when you're applying for direct control district, you're creating a zone saying exactly what you're going to do on that site. So if your neighbor says, hey, I'm rezoning to develop an emergency shelter, they have to notify you. The DC process has a requirement for public engagement. And that way, the reason we put these uses as DC is specifically because of that, so that there's an added notification that there's a required communication with adjacent property owners and measures taken to address any concerns that are identified.
Okay, that's perfect. Thanks for the clarification on that. Much appreciated.
Okay, were there any other questions before we get to opening the public hearing portion of the agenda? Okay, I don't see anybody else. So we will open the presentation submission portion of the agenda and ask if there was anyone who had planned on making a presentation with respect to these two land use bylaw amendments, C-1260-111 and C-1260-116. For administration, do we know if we have anybody who is intending to speak to either of these amendments? Mr. Bork?
I'm not aware, and I can confirm that there's no one at City Hall waiting right now.
Okay. Okay, good. So we'll just note again, administration did make provision if there were members of the public who had intended to speak to these changes that they could have followed the public advertising for this to attend at City Hall as was advertised. We do have that opportunity, and going forward as we go through this operating by technology, administration will continue to provide opportunities for the public to attend any public hearings, and so I don't see anybody for presentation submission. I will close the presentation submission portion of the public hearing, and we'll move on to business arising. We'll go to Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. I move some motions here. I move the council give first reading to bylaw C-1260-111, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Thanks very much, Councillor O'Toole. Obviously, first reading, so no discussion and debate. I will call for the vote on first reading. Please vote. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries. Councillor O'Toole.
I move that we give second reading to bylaw C-1260-111.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor O'Toole. So open for discussion and debate on second reading. Councillor Palat.
Thank you, Mayor Given. As I kind of mentioned earlier, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with, I can appreciate what administration is trying to do to take some paperwork off our plates and coming to committees, but I don't know if I'm comfortable with community outreach and group homes not coming to committee. I think if there's not a lot of volume of those for me, I'd like to see those come and maybe review this at a later date. But we're implementing a lot of new stuff here, and I think for me, I'd like to take a pause on that part. So I'm going to make a motion that we amend it so that we don't include that committee still has to come to committee for all community outreach and group home applications.
Okay. So for those applications in any district, Councillor Platt?
Well, I guess if I was understanding what Mr. Roche was saying, I'm not sure which districts it applies to, but it sounds like they're trying to take community outreach and group homes to where it could be a discretionary authority officer. I'd still like those to come to committee.
Sorry, may I provide a point of clarification?
Yeah,
sure.
Please, Mr. Drosh, and we may want to see your screen again so you can show us the tables and everything. So go ahead, Mr. Drosh.
So the main thing that I would like to clarify is that 111 strictly deals with the revised definitions. So voting on 111 won't impact whether or not it's discretionary development officer or discretionary committee. All those changes are contained in 116, and I did that intentionally because my assumption was that the changes to the definitions would likely be less contentious, but the council may want to may not want to approve the changes to the discretionary status. And so they can do that either through as amended to 116 or by not supporting 116. And they can still approve 111 and adopt the changes to the definitions by themselves.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Drosh. So for council, is that clear? So the first one is really just creating the new definitions, changing them from what the sort of system that was not as clear or precise in the previous land use bylaw. And then under the next bylaw is actually where we'd get into the deciding what is will come in front of council and what would just be able to be dealt with by administration. So fair enough. Okay. Any other discussion or questions or comment on second reading of where were we here? Of 1260-111. I don't see any hands, and I just can't see Councillor Clayton. Councillor Clayton, are you still there? Yeah, there you go.
It says my video's on, but you don't see me?
Yeah, no, it's the way it's arranging the tiles on my screen is you've been bumped.
Perfect.
It's not because we don't like you.
Okay.
Okay, great. So I don't see anybody else. There we go. I'm rearranging. You're in now. Okay, so I don't see anybody else, so I'll call for the vote on second reading. All in favor? Thank you, and I think that carries unanimously. So, Councillor O'Toole.
I move that we have third reading of bylaw C-1260-111 at this meeting.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor O'Toole. Any discussion or debate on the merits of having third and final reading? Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I'm going to be voting against this, and the reason for me is that I think we are in unusual times, and I think in unusual times, sometimes it's worthwhile slowing down decision making a little bit. And for that reason, I'll be voting against having third reading for this and the next bylaw amendment, not the rest of the night. And I just think that in a time where the public has less capacity to pay attention to what we're doing, when we're talking about something that has the potential to be contentious in the community, as this most certainly is, I think we should give lots and ample opportunity for the public to hear that we're discussing this. What I would absolutely hate to have, and I've already heard some people in the community say various orders of government are just using this pandemic to ram things through, which is certainly not the case with us. This is a conversation that is months long, but I think that if people do feel that way, I'd like to be able to say, well, actually, no, we didn't. We intentionally slowed this decision down so that if you weren't paying attention in the midst of a pandemic, you'd have more time. And for that reason, I think these contentious things, we shouldn't go the same speed that we usually go at the time of life we're at right now.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Bressie. Any other discussion or debate on the merits of having third and final reading? I'll see Councillor Blackburn and then Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I appreciate Councillor Bressie's concerns, especially when we might be dealing with 116. However, I only see 111 as being a series of improvements, and I would like to dispense with them, and I'm hoping that Councillor Bressie would change his mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Blackburn. Any other discussion or debate on the merits of having third and final reading? I'll say that I would also encourage Councillor Bressie to consider. I actually would agree with you on the second, on 116. I actually would also vote in opposition of passing that when it comes to changing where the public may have input on these. But if we're able to improve the precision of our descriptions, I think that that's something that's a benefit to everyone. And I think that would also aid the conversation when we go to the public and say, here are the types of things very specifically that you that you will or won't have comment on, and where you would be able to have a say. I think that it actually aids our discussion if this one passes first, and then we take some time to pass the second one. So yeah, I'd encourage you to continue your point about making sure people get a chance to see it, but also making sure that they know exactly what they're commenting on, because we can say, council approved these definitions. Now, where do you think they should be? You know, how should the public process of those definitions that have been approved be handled? So just give you that thought before this vote on whether it's unanimous or not. Any other discussion or debate on the merits of having third and final reading? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Okay, that motion does carry unanimously. Okay, and then we'll move on to third and final reading. Councillor O'Toole.
I move that council gives third reading to bylaw C-1260-111, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor O'Toole. Any discussion or debate on third and final reading? I don't see anybody making a motion to raise their hand, so then I will call for the vote on third and final reading. All in favor? Great, that motion carries. Thank you very much, and we'll move on to bylaw C-1260-116. Councillor O'Toole, do you want to do that, or?
Sure, I can carry on. It doesn't sound like it's going to go through all the way anyhow, but we'll start. I move the council give first reading to bylaw C-1260-116, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor O'Toole. No discussion and debate on first reading, of course, so I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Councillor O'Toole.
I move that we give second reading to bylaw C-1260-116.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor O'Toole. Any discussion or debate on second reading? Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor. Given now that I'm educated on which one I should have been making this amendment on, I'm just wondering if we should be, in light of this not passing, if that's necessary, or if that's something administration will be bringing back to committee when you have a discussion then, or would this just naturally come back in the present form unless we amend it?
Well, so two different things. First, it will come back, so assuming that it doesn't pass tonight, and I would agree with Councillor Bresty on this previous point, I also won't vote to finish out tonight. So it would come back to our next council meeting. It won't go back to committee, and unless council takes any specific action to make amendments, administration wouldn't be proposing any. It would take a motion of council to direct administration to make amendments.
Okay, so on that, I would like to make a motion that we direct this report back to committee, so we can have a conversation about it as a committee, and then have it come back to council after that.
So I'll look to our clerk. So we can't. So we're in the middle of a public hearing. We've started the public hearing. We can table consideration or defer, and I would look to the clerk on the exact right definition. But we can't, postpone consideration of second reading. But we can't refer this decision-making down to a committee. So if the intent, Councillor Palat, is to, if the intent, Councillor Palat, is to make an amendment, I guess here's what my suggestion would be. It sounds as though that this will not go through to third reading tonight. That means that there will be time for additional public consultation and additional time for council members that might wish to have an amendment to work with administration to properly frame their amendment, so we could show up for third reading with the benefit of additional public consultation and any public input, and a really well-formed amendment that was specific to what your intention was. So maybe, maybe everybody would benefit from this not being completed tonight.
No, perfect. Thanks for the clarification.
Yep. No, it's we'll try and get it so that everybody gets a chance to have a good debate and a good discussion with exactly what they want, but also putting something sort of workable for administration into. So, any other discussion on second reading? Seeing none, then I will call for the vote. All in favor? Okay, thank you. I think that was unanimous. And Councillor O'Toole.
I move that council have third reading of bylaw C-1260-116 at this meeting.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor O'Toole. So obviously, we all know what that means, a motion to have third and final reading. If it doesn't pass, then we would have an opportunity for all those things to happen. Is there any discussion or debate as to the merits of having third and final reading this evening? Okay, seeing none, then I will call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? Okay, so that was 1 in favor and the balance opposed. Thanks very much, and good discussion, Council, and thanks to administration for the great report on a complex topic, and we'll deal with it at our next council meeting. So we'll move on next to bylaw C-1260-117. I believe that is with respect to office uses in the general industrial district. Mr. DeRoche?
Thank you, Mayor Given. So 117 is in regards to offices in the general industrial district. So currently, offices aren't allowed in the general industrial district. However, throughout the city, we do have offices in the general industrial district. They may be because they were built before the current land use bylaw. It may also be because some of them are approved under more industrial uses that have an office component, such as general contractor or oil field support. The lack of offices in the IG district creates challenges when processing development permits for uses that we think are valid in the industrial district. Notably, some office-based businesses want to be in industrial districts in close proximity to the clients that they serve. So this includes things like surveying companies or engineering firms or workplace health and safety consultants. And so it's beneficial to allow these businesses in these areas. And also there are some cases where businesses have a very large office component, but they're also predominantly industrial. So they may also have industrial bays or an outdoor storage yard. And so it becomes challenging to approve some desirable development. Also, as the city expands, some of our older residential areas are less on the outskirts, and so there are vacant properties that are potentially ideal for this type of development because of their close proximity to both industrial uses, but also other commercial centers. The summary is that there are valid cases for including offices in the industrial areas, and the proposed amendment would make it easier to include some of these larger scale industrial developments that include a large office component. And administration recommends that council give all three readings to these proposed amendments. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much, Mr. DeRoche. Any questions for administration before we get into any presentations or submissions? So I don't see anybody. I did have one, Mr. DeRoche. So the definition of offices major and minor permitted, are there any sort of bounds on what types of, how specific does it get into types of uses? You mentioned some, like such as surveying or engineering, and I appreciate that perspective, but how broad does, could accounting fit in an industrial district now, for example, or other types of real general office use?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it is somewhat broad. It could include something like an accountant. So the only real limitations is potentially on health uses that have their own distinct definition in the bylaw, but otherwise it is fairly open.
Okay. Good. I just wanted to be able to understand that. Okay, thank you. Any other questions for administration? Seeing none, then we'll go to the presentation submission portion of the public hearing. Again, I'll ask if there's any member of the public who wishes to make a presentation on this topic. And I'll just check with the administration again to confirm whether or not there was anybody who had attended City Hall or who had been planning on dialing in for this presentation. Mr. Bork?
I can confirm that no one has come to City Hall to present.
Okay. Okay. Thanks very much, Mr. Bork. Just to confirm, if a member of the public had called and wished to dial in from their residence or their workplace of business, would they have been able to attend this meeting? Would administration been prepared to share that information with them?
Yes, correct. As we did with delegations that appeared in the afternoon session, we would have made arrangements for them to dial into this meeting as well.
Okay, that's great. Thanks very much, Mr. Bork. Okay, so we can confirm that there weren't any members of the public that were had inquired about dialing in or attending this public hearing. So with that being the case, I will close the public hearing and we'll move on to business arising. I'd look for a motion for first reading. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. I would move that council give first reading to bylaw C-1260-117, being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. No discussion and debate on first reading. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Thank you. And I believe that was unanimous, so no need to call for any opposed. Councillor Thiessen, we can move on.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would move that council give second reading to bylaw C-1260-117.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. So motion for second reading open for discussion and debate. Is there anyone on discussion and debate on this topic? So I will enter to say that I'm going to vote in opposition to the amendment as proposed. My concern is actually the overly broad definition. And I guess it really depends on council's intent on where we want to drive certain types of development and certain types of business activity. I can appreciate on the one hand that having a very wide, diverse ability for any type of business to locate anywhere within some boundaries, is useful for both the businesses and for property owners who may wish to sell or lease buildings to those businesses. At the same time, council may wish to strategically encourage certain types of businesses to locate in certain areas. Being very specific, I'm concerned about whether an amendment like this will erode the desire of professional businesses to locate in the downtown core. I think there's a significant risk of that. We already see a number of, over the years, the city has, I think with good intent, supported a whole bunch of recreation and fitness uses to locate into industrial areas. And I actually sort of regret those decisions as I see yoga places in industrial areas and other health and fitness places in industrial areas. I think those activities might be better in other locations. And on this one specifically, I'm really concerned about the overly broad definition of office use and basically eroding demand in the central core. And I think that that's a concern to our community over time. And so for those reasons, I won't be supporting the amendment as proposed. If in the future, if this was defeated and if it came back with a more narrow definition that was specific to types of offices, as Mr. DeRoche mentioned, some are more clearly industrial, may have a need for a whole bunch of trucks or something like that, then I could see that. But with the overly broad definition, I can't support it this time. And I'd encourage council to think about the strategic implications of how we want our community to grow over time. That's all I wanted to say on that. Is there any other discussion or debate on second reading? Councillor Palat?
I actually agree with Mayor Given on this one. I don't think it hurt us to pause and take a conversation over this one a bit more. If we approve it today as it is, we haven't taken that pause. I'm not actually convinced we've done a lot of consultation on this one. I haven't had any pushback from people, but I would think people that have a serious amount of office space in Grande Prairie that I would know would have pushed back if they were more aware of this. So I'm a little bit concerned about that as well. So I won't be supporting this tonight either.
Thanks, Councillor Plott. Any other discussion or debate? Councillor O'Toole?
Thank you very much, Mayor Given, for bringing those points up. I was a little confused at first, and I do agree with you that I think that it sort of eroded the business community downtown where offices should be, not necessarily in all the industrial areas. There's got to be a fine mix though, and I would like to see more definition, not so much broadened, but narrowed down. And I'm not going to be voting for this either.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Any other discussion or debate? I will, building on our last discussion about a land use bylaw change that had, potential significant implications. If second reading passed, but the motion to have third and final reading did not pass, that might give us some time to do that additional public consultation. And so if council members were interested, rather than defeating this, providing additional time for it to have some public consultation and for people to potentially draft amendment proposals, you could pass second reading, defeat the motion to have third reading, and then again, we would have that break of a couple of weeks where that discussion with stakeholders and administration could happen, or any amendments at third reading. Councillor Clayton.
Thanks, Mayor Given. Just a question, process question. Second reading is approved, third reading to have third reading isn't approved. Remind me of the consultation timeline in that process, as opposed to you don't support second reading tonight, the thing dies on the table, someone has to bring it back. Like, I think one probably lends to more consultation than the other. And so can you clarify that for me?
I stand to be corrected if I get this wrong, but so if it died on the table, like if second reading was defeated, then for it to come back would require a whole new public hearing and associated public advertising, which would be the space of a number of weeks, and I'll look to administration.
So some expense, but possibly more time, right?
Yeah, and so defeating it would definitely have more time. Mm-hmm. And yeah, so I mean, up to council members. And maybe I'll just look to administration so if this was defeated, how long would public advertising be required to initiate a new public hearing?
2 weeks.
Mr. DeRoche?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would have to verify this simply because there is a clause where if an amendment is defeated, there needs to be a 6-month period before a new amendment can be introduced that is similar in nature. I'm not sure. I'd have to verify whether this pertains to this type of amendment as well. I've only encountered it with rezonings. As for advertising, it's roughly 2 weeks.
Sorry, Councillor Thiessen, your microphone is still on for all 3 bites. Okay, sorry. Thanks, Mr. DeRoche. Sorry, just finish that last comment.
Simply for advertising, it's 2 weeks.
Okay. So it could be, to reinitiate could be a minimum of an additional 2 weeks, but there would likely be, some time before that, and the advertising would have to actually be out for 4 weeks, wouldn't it?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. So it's about it's actually more like 3 weeks. Okay. The ads have to run in the paper 2 consecutive weeks, at least 1 week before the public hearing. So yeah, that's roughly 3 weeks.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Mr. DeRoche. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I think that if this gets reintroduced with limitations on the types of offices that would be allowed, there may be more interest in a public hearing, because there may be some types of businesses that would want to come to us and convince us to appreciate why they should be there. And so I think, I think a second public hearing is probably in order. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Blackburn. Any other discussion or debate on second reading? I don't see anybody. Just sort of look out. Okay, then I don't see any other discussion or debate on second reading, so I will call for the vote on second reading. All in favor? I see 3 in favor and opposed. And so that is 5 opposed. So the motion on second reading is defeated. And I'll look to our clerk. Do we need a motion to rescind first reading, or I don't believe we do we? It was just defeated at second reading. Okay, thank you. Okay, I believe that concludes our business on 1260-17. We'll move on to 1260-118. Mr. Drosch, this is your show tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Given. So yes, 118 is related to reference to committee as a development authority in the land use bylaw. So the land use bylaw currently refers to the Infrastructure and Protective Services Committee. This committee has been renamed the Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee. Since the name has changed, that requires revising the land use bylaw. In this edition of the change, we are simply referring throughout the land use bylaw to the committee and directing readers to the procedures bylaw to determine the appropriate committee. That way, in the future, if the responsibilities of a committee are changed or the name of a committee is changed, we don't have to do an extensive amendment to the land use bylaw. So this is simply to clarify that readers should go to the procedures bylaw to determine what committee is the development authority in cases where items are referred to committee. So our recommendation is the council give all 3 readings to the proposed amendments.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Drosch. Any questions for administration at this stage? Reed, I had a question. Is there any other, so the effect of this seems to me that it would require somebody who is looking for, is dealing with a land use issue or a development permitting issue that's in the land use bylaw. They pick up the land use bylaw and the land use bylaw says, okay, you're going to need to go to the committee. Now find the City of Grande Prairie's procedure bylaw to find out what committee it is. And so is that, am I understanding that right? Like I appreciate, yeah, am I understanding that correctly?
Thank you, Mayor Given. So technically, yes. We would expect that anyone involved in the process would like to be working with the department. We think it's fairly clear what committee it should go to. But yes.
Yeah, okay. And does administration have any other recommendations on how to operationalize this so that it's as clear and transparent for a user of the bylaw? Because we do from time to time get smaller, I want to say smaller builders or homeowners that may have to use the bylaw who might not be as familiar. So can you give me any confidence that there would be lots of ways for somebody to understand that rather than getting sort of caught in a circular bylaw referring to a bylaw, which, you know, just makes them have to understand how to search our site that much better? Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Drosch.
Sorry, I'm just thinking. So, Mr. Mayor, it is somewhat circular in that sense.
Well, and sorry, maybe circular was the wrong term because it doesn't refer them back and then back and then back, but it does mean that I came looking, and I'll be, and again, I'm asking at this stage rather than voting against it or amending or anything, but you know, the administration can give me some confidence that any user of the land use bylaw wouldn't have to go and seek the city's procedure bylaw every time, you know, they're a first-time user of the land use bylaw and they're trying to use it, and all it does is bury them into a couple of other bylaws. So can you give me any confidence that there's some way that wouldn't happen, you know, or some administrative process that would guide them through that to help them understand, or something else? And this might be better for the city manager or for the director. I'm totally fine with whoever wanted to sort of respond to that. Director Glavin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Given. This might be something that we could add as a definition in the land use bylaw that defines what committee means within it, so that we can refer to committee throughout the land use bylaw and only change the definition as committee changes. refer to Reed if that would work in this situation.
Certainly. So thank you, Brian. If council wanted to take that approach, which was kind of my original draft, was that if you refer to the bylaw itself, we include a definition of committee. And so if council was concerned about referring people to another bylaw, we could do an as amended to add the name of the committee in that definition. And that way, when the land use bylaw does need to be updated in the event of changes, it would only be that one particular section.
Okay. So would that have, so the proposed amendment in front of us today isn't that though, is that correct, Mr. DeRoche?
So Mr. Mayor, the proposed amendment includes a definition of committee. It defines committee as a standing committee of council that is designated as a development authority in accordance with the procedure bylaw. Now, we could do an as amended and say that at the current time it is the Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee, which is subject to change from time to time.
Okay. It sounds like you had that wording already typed up once. Okay. So, okay, thank you very much for answering that. So if council wanted to make that amendment, you would have appropriate wording to suggest to us. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. 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 So thank you for answering those questions before we went to second reading. Councillor Thiessen, did you have something?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Given. I was just curious, perhaps this sort of wraparound search engine couldn't be bundled up and taken care of with the use of technology. If we had like a hyperlink attached to the committee, it could easily take you on our new website program to the procedures bylaw, and then you'd understand where the committees are, and all it would be is like the click of a button or the swipe of a finger. Yeah. If that's a potential solution, we might be overthinking it, I think, in a sense, but.
Okay, so we were on, sorry, this is before first reading, I think, actually. I asked the question before we got into it. So I'll look for, if there were no other questions for administration, then I'll look for a motion for first reading. Councillor Blackburn?
Thank you. I love these kinds of changes that are far more efficient in terms of policy and procedure. So I'm happy to move that council give first reading to bylaw C12, amendment 1260-18 being an amendment to the LUB.
Thanks very much, Councillor Blackburn. Of course, that's 1260-118.
Yes. Sorry.
No problem. No discussion or debate on first reading. I'll call for the vote on first reading. Please vote. Okay, that motion carries. Councillor Blackburn, do you want to continue with second reading?
Yes, thank you. I move that council give second reading to bylaw C1260-118.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Blackburn. Any discussion or debate on second reading? I don't see any, then I'll call for the vote on second reading. All in favor? Thank you. Councillor Palat? No, okay. I'm just voting, okay. Then I will look to Councillor Blackburn for a motion to have third reading.
Thank you. I would move that council have third reading of bylaw C1260-118 at this meeting.
Okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Blackburn. Any discussion or debate on the merits of having third and final reading? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. All in favor? That motion does pass unanimously. And Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you. I move that council give third reading to bylaw C1260-118 being an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Blackburn. Now I'll look to the clerk. Do I have the ability in a public hearing to make a motion? Or an amendment to a motion?
We are no longer in the public hearing portion. We are now in
arising.
business arising.
Yeah.
And yes, you can.
Okay. So, so that being the case, then I guess, Councillor O'Toole, are you currently Deputy Mayor? Or is it?
I am.
Okay. So I'll ask you to take the chair, Councillor O'Toole. I'll propose the amendment.
Okay, I'll just move over then. There we go.
Yeah, so thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to propose an amendment. I'd like to propose that Council amend the land use bylaw bylaw amendment 1260-118 to reflect the change to the definition section as written on the screen. And in speaking to this, I know it is a bit of, it's kind of a relatively minor thing, but I think that this is the type of stuff that gives governments a bad name when somebody goes looking for information and they can't find it in the place that they expect it, and they get referred to another place, and then sometimes comes over to another place. And the more that we can do at an early stage like this once to make it easier for people to understand, the less pain we will cause our customers and the users of the bylaw over time. And if from time to time we have to make a small amendment or an update like this to change the name of the committee, well, then fine. But I think in the end, this one small change, is in a document that many people use. And so let's do it now. Let's get it easier to use and make it so that people don't start cursing us when they have to use it, and then they have to go and find a second bylaw to figure out where they're supposed to go. And that's my motion, my amendment and motion, Councillor O'Toole.
Okay. I see there was somebody had their hands up there. I was just trying to, Mr. Blackburn, go ahead.
Thank you, and I hate to do this to you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, but I'm going to suggest that the amendment is not in order because it's contrary to the spirit of the original motion, which was to do away with the need for changes to the bylaw.
Oh, well, thank you. Now I'm tongue-tied.
Perhaps our clerk would have a comment on that.
Ms. Karpaszewski?
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. There is rules around amendments. They need to be germane to the original motion. At this time, Mayor Given has made an amendment to the motion to reflect the change to the definition of committee to reflect the development authority in accordance with the procedure bylaw, being the Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee. I feel this motion is in order as it stands because its intent is to make this bylaw stand on its own. So I feel Mayor Given has the ability to debate the intent of this motion, and that this assembly has the opportunity to have participate in that discussion.
With most respect, thank you very much. Any follow-up? I'm going to ask one more time. Any follow-up, Mayor Given?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor O'Toole. So just to Councillor Blackburn's point, so my motion really only is only amending one small part of the overall proposed amendments in 118. If you look in the package, and you have to go fairly far through our council package, it looks like it's on page 74 of our council document. In there, I'm really referring to just the initial sort of, I think it is A to D, where it talks about, sorry, not even A to D, really in D is about the only one that I'm changing. This amendment would apply to point D, where it says in section 10 definitions, add the following. As it was presented in our package, it says committee means the standing committee of council that is designated by the development authority in accordance with the procedure bylaw. And I'd note that there is a link. It looks like there is a link. My amendment is to clarify that by the wording, adding the wording on the screen here, replacing that with the wording on the screen. So really, it's just on D to add the wording as Mr. Drosh was kind enough to type up for us on screen, and replacing that. There are a number of other changes throughout the bylaw that are being proposed in this amendment in 118, and I'm not proposing to change any of the rest of those, just this one part on the definition. So better defining which committee we mean.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other more conversation around the table here? Comments? Concerns? Okay. So I see that there are none, so we can move on to vote on the amendment. And I call for the vote. All in favor? I can't see, so did that get all counted for?
That looked like we had 7 in favor, Councillor O'Toole.
Okay. And those against?
Thank you.
And 1 opposed.
Okay, thank you very much. So that passes, and we'll move on to the third reading.
And sorry, I see the clerk had something to say.
Okay.
My apologies. Deputy Mayor O'Toole, do you wish to continue with this meeting? Or Mayor Given, do you wish to resume the chair?
Yeah.
I'm a little stressed out now, so I'll give up the chair now.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor O'Toole, for stepping in to take that over. I am happy to resume the chair, having made that motion, and then we can move on to voting on second reading as amended.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll go on to second reading of bylaw C 1260-118 as amended. Is there any other discussion or debate on second reading as amended? Seeing none, then I will call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously, I believe. And who is our original mover? I'm sorry, I've lost track of
I think that was me.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Councillor Blackburn.
All right, so I would move that council have third reading of bylaw C 1260-118, is it not? Or I'm sorry, we were on third reading, were we not, Harleen? Because I seem to recall already having made that phrase.
That is correct, Councillor Blackburn. We had made the original motion to give third reading, which Mayor Given then amended, and then we voted on that motion and carried the amended third reading.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that clarity. Sorry, Councillor Blackburn, I confused the issue there by trying to get you to make more motions. My apologies.
I'll turn my mic off now.
I'm feeling happy that I called third reading and then the mayor took over, so there you go.
Yeah, you had it right, Councillor O'Toole. Okay, so we'll move on to our next public hearing on Land Use Bylaw Amendment C 1260-119, radius measurement for limited uses. I would call this public hearing to order and look to administration for an introduction. Mr. Drosh.
Thank you, Mayor Given. So the proposed amendments are in regards to buffer measurements for limited uses. There we go. So secondary suites and retail cannabis uses are both limited within a geographic area. This is enforced through a buffer measurement, and the current wording creates a loophole that allows a development to exceed those limits. So to illustrate, I've kind of created a scenario here. So the blue squares represent existing secondary suites, and the green squares represent a proposed secondary suite, while the yellow circle represents the 50-meter radius. So you can see in this first development, there are 3 total secondary suites within the radius. And so the proposed unit is conforming. In development 2, a new secondary suite is proposed, and again, there are only 3, including the proposed one within the radius, and therefore it is conforming. In development 3, again, a new one is proposed, and there are only 3 units, including the proposed one, within the 50-meter radius. And the end result is that from the original development, there are now 5 units within that radius, where the intent of the regulations is to limit to 3. And so this is caused because the current wording only measures the radius from the proposed suite and not from existing ones near it. And so the proposed changes are to indicate that a proposed development cannot cause an existing one to become non-conforming, and to clarify that this will be verified by also measuring that limiting buffer from existing developments nearby. And so the proposed changes close that loophole and meet the original intent of the buffer regulations. And our administration's recommendation is that council give all 3 readings to the proposed bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Droche. Any questions for administration at this stage? Councillor Minhas, then Councillor Plott, and then Councillor Clayton. Councillor Minhas?
No, not my question. I don't think I should just be voting for this one because it's related to cannabis store, I think.
Okay. Okay. So, Councillor Minhas, so you're going to declare a conflict of interest on this item?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And the council member can do that. So if you'll, as we are, there you go. If you want to turn your microphone off and turn your camera off, we'll say that that's council is leaving the room. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I also need to declare a conflict in this one as well, so I will be in the same quiet as Councillor Minhas.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Plott. So if you'll turn your microphone off and your camera off. And Councillor Clayton. Your microphone's not on.
Thanks, Mayor Given. I just had a question for administration. Can you tell me in regards to either the industry of home builders, developers, or cannabis retailers, what the consultation process was?
Mr. Droche?
Through the mayor, there was no consultation for this proposed change. It is to address a loophole that was the intent of the original amendments, and there was significant consultation for those original ones when those buffers were proposed.
So correct me if I'm wrong, did we not at some point have something scheduled for consultation with developers in regards to what secondary suite amendments were going to look like? And if so, would this not have been a good time to do it all at once so we don't have to bring these bylaws and any changes back after consultation?
Mr. Droche?
Through the mayor, so it's administration's opinion that it's worthwhile to address loopholes as quickly as they're identified. I don't have any direction on an upcoming review of secondary suite standards. I know there was an update on them, but I am not aware of any upcoming amendments.
Yeah, there may be something on the outstanding items list of one of the standing committees, I think. So yeah. Okay. Okay.
There is.
Okay. So questions before we get into the public hearing. So any other questions for administration? Councillor Thiessen and then Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mayor Given. Mr. Droche, just in regards to these changes, are there any developments or secondary suites or cannabis stores, I guess, since those are the things we're talking about, that already, I guess, sort of contradict or have found the loophole and already exist, and would they be grandfathered in?
Thank you. Through the mayor, I don't have specific figures. My understanding are that there are 1 or 2 and they would be grandfathered in.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Droche. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Mayor Given. Forgive me, Mr. DeRoche, but I found this one to be a little confusing. Maybe it's just my aptitude in this particular area. But can you tell me in a brief description how the loophole is being closed?
Sure, through the mayor. So currently, the problem is when a new development is proposed, the radius is only measured from the proposed development. And so it can be within the boundary of an existing one, but not other ones that are nearby. And so a new development would in the case.
Okay, Reed, so you know you're experiencing significant lag right now. For me, at least, I don't know if other council members are seeing the same thing. Council, can I get a, yeah, okay. So I think other council members are also seeing the lag. This is just probably what's going to happen with technology this way, so you may need to pause just for a second. We'll see if the lag caught up and maybe give that answer a try again.
Okay, am I coming in more clearly now? Okay. So taking off from currently the radius is only measured from proposed ones, and this can cause existing ones to become non-conforming. The way we're addressing this is that when a proposed one comes in, we first measure the radius from that proposed one, and then when there are other uses within that radius, we measure the radius from those again to verify whether or not the proposed one would make them non-conforming. So basically right now we only check whether or not that limit is exceeded for the proposed one, and we will fix this by measuring the radius around nearby ones as well to make sure the proposed one doesn't make them non-conforming.
Thank you, that's very clear.
Thanks very much, Mr. Roche. Okay, so this was still the questions for administration stage. Were there any other questions for administration? Seeing none, then we will move on to the presentation submission portion of the public hearing. I will ask if there's anyone on the in the council meeting that wishes to make a presentation related to the radius measurement for limited uses, land use bylaw amendment C-1260-119. And I'll ask Mr. Bork again, since this is a practice we've established. Mr. Bork, was there anyone who had intended to speak to this today or who has attended City Hall?
No one has attended City Hall for this item.
Okay, and was there anyone who had called in expressing an interest to speak to this?
No, not that we're aware.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, then we will close the public hearing and we will move on to business arising. I would look for a motion for first reading. Councillor Thiessen?
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would move that council give first reading to bylaw C-1260-118 being an amendment to the land use bylaw. Oh, wait, nope. Sorry, I was one behind on my list.
119?
119, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So a motion for first reading. No discussion, debate. I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. Okay, that motion carries. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would move that council give second reading to bylaw C-1260-119.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. Any discussion or debate on second reading? Councillor Clayton. And your microphone, Councillor Clayton.
It's a little slower than I am. As with two of the prior discussions, public hearings, I think that there's been a shortage of consultation opportunity on this. I will support the motion for second reading. However, I will encourage council to not allow third reading in order for industry to have some consultation period, particularly in regards to secondary suites. There is some discussion on a committee outstanding items list. I think that it's a good use of time to do this all at once. So I will support second reading, but I won't be supporting third reading. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clayton. Any other discussion or debate? Seeing none, then I will call for the vote on second reading. Please vote. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I would move that council have third reading for bylaw C-1260-119.
Thanks very much, Councillor Thiessen. So a motion to have third and final reading this evening must pass unanimously. You all know that routine. Any discussion or debate as to the merits of having third and final reading here this evening? Seeing none, then I will call for the vote. Please vote. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, I believe. Yep. And opposed? 2 opposed. So that motion does not carry unanimously. So this would come back for third and final reading at our next council meeting. Okay, we can invite Councillor Clayton. Do you have something further on this? Your microphone, Councillor Clayton.
I don't know if I need a motion for this per se, but I'm happy to make a motion if administration requires one. I would just ask that consultation with developers, it's a good time to tie in the item that's on the outstanding items list, in my opinion, and have a fulsome conversation in regards to what this looks like. If administration, maybe Director Glavin can comment if you'd like a motion, that's fine. I just, I'll leave it for the CAO or Director Glavin to comment if they think a motion is warranted.
Director Glavin?
Yeah, thanks. As far as the outstanding items list, that is a review of the RS district and some of the regulations. I believe in the MDP where we allowed a higher percentage of RS in outline plans, and is a review of those relaxations that will be coming back in June, which is our current timeline. So as far as linking them together, we'd either have to delay this or move up the other in concert if we wanted them to come together.
Yeah, you know, Councillor Clayton, I think the other thing, I appreciate your intent, would be to ensure that industry is fully informed and has an opportunity to comment on this prior to third reading, or to, you know, have discussion with council members or whatever. I'd suggest that, you know, so third reading will come back at our next council meeting. Their council could defeat it or amend it, and it would be up to council members to consider if they wanted to see any amendments to this. And you may seek opinions on that, I suppose. But as it stands now, since we are in a public hearing, yeah, it will come back at the next council meeting. So, you know, yeah. I don't know that, and again, I'll look to our clerk, I don't know that we can ask to have third reading come back at some other date.
Thank you, Mayor Given. You could make a motion to postpone third reading of this bylaw to a future council meeting.
Okay. Yeah, so we could do that. And the challenge obviously is that it, having been the subject of a public hearing, it would be challenging for any other parties to make like there wouldn't be there's no new public hearing part, right? Like third reading will show up again, and council members could propose amendments by all means, but there wouldn't be a new public hearing where somebody, any stakeholder would be able to come and provide their opinion on what those amendments should be. So, you know, so it will come back. If council members have ideas about how it could be improved or changed, then we'd be free to make those, just like with the other bylaws that we had previously. We could, you know, be free to propose them at third reading, or defeat third reading and then direct administration to do further consultation would be my suggestions. But I think directing administration to do further consultations between now and then, I'm not sure that they would have, I think council members have the ability to make any amendments at this stage. Like when it comes back.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it will come back at our next meeting. Council members get a chance to think about the issue, think about if there are changes that they would like to see, how you might propose those amendments.
Sure, and I guess then just a note, no direction per se, but I just think it's really unfortunate that we would be doing any amendments to the bylaw that has something that has impact on an industry that we've continually said we would have consultation whenever possible at the forefront of all conversation, and we didn't have it on this one. So I'll look for specific amendments, come back for third reading, but I just think that this is unfortunate.
Yeah, thanks for that, Councillor Clayton. Okay, so the motion to have third and final reading was defeated, so that deals with all that business that will come back at our next council meeting. And we're now into the public hearing for the Municipal Development Plan Amendment, C-1237P, School Site Guidelines. And Mr. Welton has joined us. Mr. Welton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a in-house proposed amendment to the Municipal Development Plan in order to add guidelines for the development of school sites. In March of 2019, we prepared and presented a school site strategy report to the Infrastructure and Protective Services Committee. At that time, the committee received the report for information and directed administration to request feedback on the strategy from the UDI group. One of the recommendations in the school site strategy report was the preparation of school site design guidelines for inclusion into the municipal development plan. So what we did was we prepared those draft guidelines and circulated both the school site strategy report and the draft school site guidelines to the UDI GP group in, I guess it was in July of 2019. In September of 2019, they indicated that they did not have any concerns with either the school site strategy report or the draft guidelines. I am going to sort of pause for a second here and try and figure out how to get my sorry about this, Mr. Mayor. I'm trying to kind of, here we go. The school site design guidelines were also circulated to the local school boards for their comment and concern, and they responded that they don't have any concerns with these draft guidelines either. Section 8 is proposed to be added to Part 5. Part 5 deals specifically with urban design standards, urban design guidelines within the city of Grande Prairie. So what this amendment would do is add Section 5.8 to the Municipal Development Plan. Section 5.8 deals with guidelines for the location and design of school sites within neighborhoods. It proposes that that schools be centrally located, recognizing that the center of an outline plan area isn't necessarily the center of a neighborhood, but the idea is to locate the schools kind of in the center of the neighborhood, to provide pedestrian access to all sides of the site, to recommend that school sites be on corner lots, that they have adequate street frontage. It suggests that high schools be close to arterial roads because they generate a lot of traffic, and street patterns in the neighborhood be such that no residential driveways are across the street from the school. The illustration that is in the proposed amendment kind of illustrates some of those concepts. One is obviously at the north end, has single-family lots backing directly onto the school site so that there's no conflict with driveways. The one on the right has flanking side yards, so again, there's no driveway conflict. And then on the bottom, lane access onto the back of those lots so that those lots do not have driveways that back onto or front onto the school site. So again, the drawing is an illustration of the concepts that are in Section 5.8. Section 5.9 relates more to the integration of the school into the residential neighborhood. One, by setting school sites or schools close to the street. It's kind of a standard thing in urban design is that the closer buildings are to the street, the better the pedestrian environment is. Putting parking on the sides of the buildings, not between the building and the street, kind of again keeps the building close to the road. Separate bus loops for the buses and from the parents dropping their kids off in passenger vehicle loops. The bus loops be within the school site and not out onto the road allowance. That's kind of a thing that's come up in a couple recent school developments, and that driveways line up with existing intersections. And again, as before, the illustration kind of shows some of the concepts that are in the regulations. And kind of it's intended to help sort of in some respects a layperson understand what these concepts are meant to look like in a future land use plan. As I mentioned, we circulated this to the UDI and to the school boards. We did not receive any comments. We advertised this in the newspaper in accordance with the requirements of the Act, and we did not receive any comments or concerns, and therefore we're recommending that Council give this first, second, and third reading. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thanks very much, Mr. Drosch. Before we move into first reading, are there any questions for administration? Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Given. Just a question on this. One of the things I'm wondering if we considered was the size of the site itself.
Through the mayor, the school site strategy report recommended that the size of school sites go down from 5 hectares to 4. The size of school sites is actually identified, I think, in the Parks Design report or Parks Design Manual, and so that's where that would need to be made. But certainly part of the recommendation is that the size of school sites be 4 hectares down from 5, which was the previous standard. And we've actually sort of, when we are reviewing plans, we are using that as kind of the standard.
Okay, thanks for that, Mr. Wall.
Any other questions for administration at this stage? Councillor O'Toole. Sorry, Councillor O'Toole, you're going to have to get your microphone there. We missed the first part of that.
Sorry. Mr. Welton, thank you for your presentation. Have we been practicing any of these proposals already, or are we just, like the schools that have been built in the last 3 or 4 years, have we been sort of following these guidelines?
Some of them we have. The idea of development on corner lots is, I think it's beneficial. It's not necessarily something that, say, land developers would jump all over because it creates like single loaded streets on a couple sides. So that's kind of a new thing. And again, these are guidelines. These are not sort of cast in stone requirements. There are some of the things are fairly standard. For example, the idea that driveway accesses from a school site. Driveway accesses from a school site lining up with existing road intersections. That's a fairly standard thing that engineering has been requiring, for many years. So some of the stuff is new. Some of it is existing practices that are just being put in writing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much for the response.
Did I see one more hand? Councillor Thiessen, did you have a hand?
Yeah, I did. Thanks, Mayor Given. It was just a comment. I really appreciated the work into going in this, and the illustration was extremely helpful in allowing me to just plot out a school site in my own mind without having to draw the illustration myself. So that was very helpful. I think this redesign and this adoption into our land use bylaw and the municipal development plan it's improving community safety, pedestrian safety, and has, I feel like, gone through the proper consultation protocols in order to get this passed through. So I see no issues with this. I just want to thank Dan for his work on this site. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Seeing that it doesn't look like there are any other questions for administration at this stage, I would ask for any presentations or submissions with respect to these proposed amendments to the municipal development plan. I will ask administration if there's anyone who has attended at City Hall with the intention of making presentation on this item. Mr. Bork?
I can confirm that no one has attended at City Hall, and we're not aware of anyone wishing to present.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bork. So I would just make that note that administration did make avenues for any members of the public who wish to present on this item. It doesn't appear that anybody is taking us up on the offer at this time. And so I will close the presentation submission portion of the public hearing, and we'll move on to business arising. I would look for a motion for first reading. Councillor Minhas.
Thank you, Mayor Given. I'll move council give the first reading to bylaw C-1237P being an amendment to the municipal development plan.
Thanks very much, Councillor Minhas. No discussion or debate on first reading. I will call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously, I believe. Councillor Minhas.
Give the second reading to bylaw C-1237P.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Minhas. A motion for second reading open for discussion and debate. Is there any council member that wishes to launch any discussion or debate on this item? Seeing no one, then I will call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously, I believe. Again, Councillor Minhas.
May I have third reading of the bylaw C-1237P at the meeting?
Okay, so this is a motion to have third and final reading here this evening. Is there any discussion or debate as to the merits of having third and final reading? Seeing, yeah, Councillor O'Toole.
I lived across Avondale and Harry Belford School since 1965, and every house on that block has got a driveway, and right in the middle there's a crosswalk. And I just want to know that I'm glad that our planning development department is looking into this, and so it doesn't happen again in the future. If you go on the other side on 108, same thing. There's driveways along. So this is a real push, positive move forward. So thank you very much. And I would encourage councillor members to vote in favor of this.
Okay, thanks, Councillor O'Toole. So I don't see anybody else on the motion to have third and final reading. I will call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. That carries unanimously. So we can have third and final reading. Councillor Minhas.
Yeah, can I give third reading to bylaw C-1237P being as amended to the municipal development plan?
Okay, thanks, Councillor Minhas. Last opportunity for any discussion or debate on third and final reading. Seeing none, then I will call for the vote. Please vote. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries unanimously again. And I believe that handles all of our public hearing business for this afternoon. We will see some of those come back at our next council meeting. We had, our delegation business, I guess, is that our carryover from, sorry, this is a new section for any scheduled delegations. We had none of those this evening. And we get to council member reports. I didn't have a chance, council, to ask if you had reports from your external agencies, boards, and commissions. So I will just, you know what I'll do is I'll do a round table from my screen here and ask Councillor Bressie, did you have any reports from your external agency boards? No. Councillor O'Toole, did you have any external reports?
Just one, Mayor Given, Community Futures. And I got to tell you, they've been the busiest little beavers in Grande Prairie trying to get people communicated with, and there's been a surge of business fund resources being asked for. So in the next little while, there's going to be some businesses that are going to benefit here in the next little while, and maybe possibly double their workload. So not everything is all tears and gloom, but there are people that are trying to make themselves more successful. And we will be meeting again here next week, so I'll have another report then. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Minhas, did you have any external reports?
Nope.
No. Okay. Councillor Clayton, did you have any reports from the external boards? Councillor Clayton? No, none. Councillor Palat?
Yes, Mayor Given, I had a couple. Just, I guess, quickly, we had an Economic Development Committee meeting. Ms. Lee spoke about most of it earlier. I just wanted to say it was a great conversation. This is a city committee that was comprised of, we had a few guest speakers, including the mayor and most of the council on that one. Would normally not be at that committee meeting, but it's pretty topical. So most of council was on the call, as well with industry leaders that were handpicked by the city to be part of this committee. And we also had the chamber and Wendy from downtown. There was additions. So it was a good conversation. I think Mrs. Lee is going to have a very busy bucket of work the next little while, so it was good. The next one was just the airport. We had our AGM. We approved our audited statements. Brian and his team have been working diligently to give updates to council, which I much appreciated. We just had one earlier today saying that restricted access now for the airport of only 3.5 hours a day. Air Canada is only doing Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays flights, and WestJet's down to 1 flight per day. They're averaging only between 5 and 20 passengers for flights. So for people that are worried about it, I think it's obviously the traffic volumes are quite low, and wouldn't be surprised if more cancellations are to come in the future. That's the program as from now until April 30th, from what it sounds like, but changes could be imminent from there. And sadly, the airport is going through, like everybody else, where they're looking at layoffs and internal ways to lower their overhead through these tough times. And that's my report. Thanks, Mayor Given.
Thanks, Councillor Plott. Councillor Thiessen, did you have any external reports?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Given. I did have a couple. I'll just briefly mention the Nighthawk board meeting that we just recently had. Just going over sort of the situation in and around the Hill, the shutdown, the whole COVID crisis. Not too many updates coming out of that meeting on March 24th. We do have a geotechnical report coming back to our I guess our board to take a look at potential issues with slope movement in and around the hill. So we want to be very cautious with that, and we want to make sure that we employ the proper professionals because it could impact the hill. So we're waiting to see how that report turns out, as there was a few concerns with some slopage. The Downtown Association met on March 25th, but we've already covered that through business that we've done. And finally, the Grand Spirit Foundation, which is probably my biggest update, especially considering the climate that we're in with this COVID crisis. So I'll just get right to the quick updates. To date, so far, nobody in any of the Grand Spirit lodges or seniors' homes have COVID at this point, but staff is still being diligent, and we've changed our safety policies to ensure cleanliness and hygiene and proper hand washing policies, etc., are all included in that for all staff and visitors of those lodges. But currently, right now, we're still not allowing any visitors into the lodges. Some family members have been doing window stop-bys and waving to their family and talking on the phone with them there, so that's kind of heartwarming to hear some of those stories. On that same front, because we don't have any confirmed cases, we do have a plan in case we do have cases to move people out. But we have been told by the province that our lodges would receive priority food supplies if we got to that point. So hopefully we don't. And that's sort of the number one. The other part of the COVID crisis is partially with the carbon tax. As obviously everybody's budget is impacted, but the federal carbon tax added 7.5% to our overall utility costs, which we have accounted for that in our 2020 budget. But to date, we have not received any instructions on how to get any revenue recovery of those expenses. We got our needs assessment completed. The consultant has provided draft recommendations for future projects, including family housing projects inside the city of Grande Prairie, as well as Grande Prairie and area for seniors' homes and a Spirit River seniors housing as well. So those are the three highest needs, and the board is looking at investigating which one we'll tackle first. My imagination and the conversation at the board meeting seemed to point in the direction of our city, which is a good thing. Finally, we went over, I guess I can't say finally, I got lots from this meeting. We talked about lots. We went over our audited financial statements. Everything is good. We had some revenue that got put into some of our reserves for future housing purchases. But all in all, everything was good. We cleared off some bad debts, which happens every year. It was a small sum, about $8,000 worth, just of people who didn't end up paying their bills. And again, we also updated our safety policy. We sold some lands to accommodate the purchase of and the construction of our Spirit River housing complex. We also, for the time being, have postponed the 60th anniversary of the Grand Spirit Foundation. We just received money from the Arts Development Committee for this. The board doesn't have the temperature to cancel at this point, so they said like a moderate postpone. But we're not sure what our staff capacity is going to be like once we get to, the later summer and stuff like that. And they may be, because they're working so hard, be dying for a vacation from the work that they're putting in. Finally, we had a correspondence with the province about their budget and how it impacts housing management bodies. So just a little history: in October 2019, there's announced budget reduction of $11 million to the rental assistance programs, and housing management bodies were directed to halt intake into those programs at that time. And we have been asked to continue with that direction until the program redesign is complete in late spring 2020. Could be late summer 2020 at this point. We don't know. So no new applications for rent supplements are being accepted at this time. We've advertised that on the website until the existing programs have been reviewed for consistency of benefits and to ensure households that need assistance are prioritized. There's also no new capital funding for housing projects allocated in the 2020 budget, as most of us know. And in regard to housing management bodies, we received a 3.5% reduction in our operational contribution from the province. And their response on that was for us to find efficiencies by endeavoring to reduce variable expenses such as admin costs, materials, supplies, workforce, and utilities, the standard fare, quote unquote. But Steve Madden is a well-versed businessman, and has done a very great job for Grande Prairie Foundation. He's more than confident that we can achieve those numbers within our budget this year. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Peason. Councillor Blackburn, did you have any reports from your external agencies, boards, and commissions?
No, I did not.
Okay, thanks. And I think I'm back around Councillor Clayton. You've moved on my on my screen, so I think I asked you already, though. I will just provide a very brief update on AUMA. The organization hasn't had a regular board meeting in this last month. We have had at least one meeting for the business corporation, just a telephone conference call. AUMA does have regular committee and board meetings scheduled for later on this month, and so I suspect that the administration team there will update us on a lot of their activities. I can say that they have been very busy in working directly with the government. I've seen a number of emails where the government is actually now relying on AUMA to get the word out to municipal officials and to provide input into the government on some of the changes that they're making pretty rapidly. So I'm really thankful that in this public health emergency, that when the government is looking to connect with municipal leaders, they're doing that directly, obviously with councils and locally elected officials, but they're also doing it through our two associations. And my understanding is that the Premier has an ongoing text conversation with the president of AUMA, RMA, and the mayors of Edmonton and Calgary. And so pretty direct connection, and I'm glad to know that the organization is representing us well. I'm interested to find out more about how the impacts on them as a corporation. I'm sure they're doing some remote working as well, but I suspect that I'll see that at the board meetings coming up towards the end of the month, and I'll update council as any information comes out of that. At this stage, there hasn't been any discussion about conference. The Municipal Leaders Caucus has been deferred, and obviously the fall convention is something that I'm sure will be a big topic of discussion. But given that it's a little bit further out, there hasn't been any determination made about that at this stage. But I'll report back as I learn more from AUMA. If there wasn't anything else, and I don't know, we don't have a council member roundtable. I will, though, just see if there's anything that any council members want to highlight. We're not attending any public events, but were there any other items that any council members wanted to highlight? Councillor Bressie? No. Councillor O'Toole?
I'm good.
Councillor Blackburn?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to mention that I was one of those councillors that attended the Economic Development Advisory Council meeting, and that I really appreciated the invitation to participate. I learned a lot, and it was a very worthwhile meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Thiessen? Councillor Plott? Councillor Minhas?
Good.
Okay. Councillor Clayton?
No, thank you.
I will just report for you, Council. I think I've reported this to you, but just for the public as well. Over the last couple of weeks, I've really been pleased by the connections from other orders of government. I've had the opportunity to have a phone call with two of our Alberta senators who reached out to find out how things are going in Grande Prairie. I had about a half-hour call one-on-one with the Premier, as well as a town hall with the Premier, the Finance Minister, the Minister of Municipal Affairs, and Dr. Hinshaw. And I also had an opportunity, a couple opportunities to speak with both of our MLAs from the region. And so just wanted to report back to all of you that the provincial and federal governments are doing the best they can, I think, to ensure that they're connecting with local leaders through me. And I'm doing my best to represent that, council's views and our community's concerns back to them. And it's all happening pretty rapidly, as we all know, but as best as possible, I'll try to make sure that I keep council and the community informed about those conversations as they happen. I'll use a forum like this to do it. Since I'm not sitting down and having coffee with any of these people, this seems about the most appropriate place to do that. And I also had a conference call, a one-on-one call with Minister Rajan Sahi with respect to homelessness housing and FCSS programming, and that was on Saturday. And so, again, I'll just try to make sure that I'm reporting those back to council since we don't get as many informal conversations to be able to sort of share that type of information. I'll try and be better and more mindful about making sure that I let you all know the events and conversations that I'm having. With that, I think we'll call our meeting adjourned. Thanks very much, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everyone.
Thanks for sticking around, guys.
Thank you.
See you later.
Have a good dream.